Good morning, everybody. There are quite a few people missing, so we can go ahead and get started. I believe they're calling in on the phone. So before we get into the agenda, so I want to give us an opportunity to introduce ourselves. We can start at this end over here.
Tacey Anderson, Rice University.
Rochelle Garrett, Stephen F. Austin State University.
Ben Bolin, Arlington Independent School District.
Thomas Ratliff, Abilene Christian University.
Joy Thomas, Prairie View A&M University.
Samantha Stoniker, Tarrant County College.
Ed Cressley, Angelo State University.
Robert Marino, San Jacinto College.
Charles Quintero Pulse. It's going to be a day. Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board.
Denise Welch, Panola College.
Hi, good morning. Shannon Crossland, Texas Tech University.
Lynn Kenyon, University of Texas at Arlington, but I'm here representing TASFA.
Shauna Norton, Wichita Falls Independent School District.
Kelly Stillman, Amarillo College.
Okay, on the phone, can we have you introduce yourself?
Foreman Thompson, Midland College. Good morning.
Good morning, Carla Flores, the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley.
Tom Nguyen, UNT Health Science Center.
Heidi Granger, University of Texas at El Paso.
Is that everybody? Okay. All right, so let's move on to the agenda. And the second item is approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes from last meeting? Okay. Being there none, may I have a motion to accept the minutes from the
Second.
movement by Denise and second by Shannon. Any discussion? None? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. The next item is recognition of our students. We have two students who are going out. This is going to be supposed to be their last meeting. Unfortunately, they're not here with us today, but Jonathan Cereces, thank you, Cereces, and Marilu Abeldrabo this is supposed to be their last meeting. I do have a certificate and a letter of appreciation for them, but I'll have it mailed to them. Next item on the agenda is prior FAC business.
One of the benefits of having added this prior FAC agenda item is that it forces me to go through and look at everything, and it's gotten me to be able to get stuff onto our agenda. So everything that we have prior business has its own agenda item already.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, so moving on is a presentation on Senate Bill 1474 and its impacts on new student loan options. Mr. Ken Martin, Assistant Commissioner and CFO of Coordinating Board, and Debbie Urias from Vice President of Brazos Higher Education. They're going to be making a presentation.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. A couple meetings back after the legislative session, we discussed Senate Bill 1474 and some of the changes and how it impacted the coordinating board and student lending. But I also mentioned that it was enabling other providers to potentially provide student lending or parent lending type products. And so what I want to do is have one entity come who's getting closer at the point of being able to launch a new product for just awareness for financial aid, because some of the times information isn't necessarily able to be disseminated. So with us here today, I have Ms. Debbie Urias, Vice President from Brazos Higher Education Servicing Corporation, and Justin Green, Product Director. I'll have them talk a little bit about what they're looking to do in this realm with this change that we made, and have them go through some information for your all's benefit. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Oh, sorry. I'm even short sitting down. Thank you so much for having us here. I want to thank Ken, the coordinating board, and the Financial Aid Advisory Committee for allowing us to be here. For those of you that don't know me, I've been in the student loan industry, loan origination and servicing for almost 34 years, and every time I say that, the year that I started or how old I was gets less and less. I'm not quite sure how that works, but it does. Anyway, I wear many hats, and I'm extremely proud to always share my experience in this industry, and I'll let Justin share a little bit about himself.
Is this on? All right. I'm the product director at Brazos. Been with Brazos for 16 years. Like Debbie, we wear a lot of hats at Brazos, but do finance and marketing, and here recently, with the product we're about to describe that we launched, kind of helped put that program together. So.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and get started. As Ken mentioned, we're here because Senate Bill 1474 has allowed us to offer a new product. And what I wanted to point out before we get started is that this bill actually passed unanimously. It had full bipartisan support, which we know in these days is kind of tough to do. And so why is this so important for special nonprofits in Texas, such as Brazos? Brazos and other special not-for-profits were able to actually finance private student and parent loans with tax-exempt bonds that are issued due to this bill. And why this is so important is these tax-exempt bonds actually provide us a lower cost of funds, and so that in turn allows special nonprofits like Brazos to share those savings with Texas parents and families. Effective tomorrow, and we felt it was okay to put it on the slide today. We're really excited because since it became law last year, Brazos will have issued $100 million of bonds to help Texans save money on their education loans. So we're pretty proud and excited about that. Okay, and please feel free to stop us as we're going along if you have any questions. And when I get excited, some of you know I start talking really fast, and so just let us know. Okay, let's move on. Please indulge us as we take a little bit of your time to point out important numbers that we discovered when we started investigating the type of private loan we wanted to offer to Texas parents, Texas families. And all of this data that you're going to see on this slide and the few after this was taken directly from the direct loan volume reports from studentaid.gov, and it's all effective as of January 1 of this year. And so what you will see on this screen, on this slide, we felt really important is that the sub and unsub volume for undergraduates has actually decreased nationwide, but the borrowing in the parent loan program has increased significantly. Between the 14-15 year, it went from 10.7 billion, 10.8 billion, and 18-19 it went up to 12.8 billion. That's a 19%, over a 19% increase. So parents are borrowing more money nationwide. Now, let's look at that same time period in Texas. It appears the sub and unsub still is decreasing, but the origination to parents has increased at twice the national pace. The volume went from 514 million to 732 million. That's over a 42% increase in Texas, 218 million more during the same time frame nationwide. So we feel that was really significant for us. Okay, so why is this important for Brazos? We found nationwide, as we saw from the slides, and to a greater degree in Texas, the parents are borrowing more for their children's education. So that demand, in turn, is creating significant costs for our Texas families. this bill has actually provided Brazos the ability to offer a significantly less expensive alternative to the Direct Parent Plus loan. And last but definitely not least, the bill has created, we feel, need for financial literacy and awareness among Texas families in this arena. So we believe Texas parents need to explore alternatives such as the one we offer before taking out a potentially more expensive Direct Parent Plus loan. Okay, Justin, did you want to?
Yeah, I can go through. Okay, the next slide, we look at this and what does the increased reliance on parent loans cost Texas families? So if you think about four-year degrees and over the last 4 years, what have parents borrowed in Texas? $2.74 billion is what they've borrowed in the parent loan category. We think, based on our origination data and some other studies, one from Goldman Sachs that's been done, that about 43% of the families borrowing in Texas borrowing parent loans to help put their children through college would qualify for our program and other programs like ours that would help save them money. And so take the 43% of the 2.74, about 1.12 billion we think would be eligible for cheaper or more affordable loans. If you look at the direct loan program, I think this year the origination fee is 4.236%. And going back over that, that changes from year to year, but over the last 4 years, Texans have paid $46 million just in origination fees. And the way that works, as I understand it, they actually add that to the loan amount and borrow that money, and so they're paying interest on that $46 million as well. Additionally, if you compare the interest rates over the last 4 years on the parent loans to our average interest rate that our borrowers have gotten our program's been around for 2 years now. Over the life of those loans, repaying them, they're going to spend $119.8 million in paying excess interest that they could have otherwise maybe avoided. So that's one of the benefits of the bill that passed was it allows us to get tax-exempt bond issuances to grow our program, and it allows us to have those really good rates. The way the tax-exempt bonds work statutorily, we're only allowed to have so much spread on top of the cost of funds that we get. I think it's 2%. So even statutorily, we're forced to have low rates because we issue the bonds. The rates are good right now. The bonds we're issuing tomorrow priced really well. The savings on the cost of funds is about 25%. So compare the rates that we offer as a tax-exempt issuer versus other folks, we can really do some savings for Texas parents. If you look at an individual family, kind of the same numbers, but we drill down on a family level, and the average borrower of a parent loan over the last 4 years, if you think about them all as a cohort, would have borrowed or had a financial need of about $48,600. Under the direct loan program, they're going to have to pay $2,000 in origination fees, meaning they'll actually borrow $50,000 for a $48,000 financial need. Average interest rate over the last 4 years for the direct parent loan program has been about 6.7% or so, compared to our average rate of 5.2%. The total interest for a family would be $19,200 if they were borrowing direct parent loans for the last 4 years versus $13,800 on our loans. And again, that's our average family that we're comparing against. So the total cost of the loan under the direct loan program for a family using the parent loans for 4 years would be, on average about $69,000, almost $70,000 versus our $62,400. So that's a savings of $7,400, which is over 10% savings if they can use our loan instead of the direct parent loan. I'm going to go with
Okay. So this chart here shows you, we did a comparison and we just plugged in some key comparisons between our parent loan program and the direct parent loan program. And there's some things that I want to point out that we feel are significant. So the borrowers, under the federal direct parent loan program, it has to be the parent or the adopted parent that borrows these loans. And in our program, as we all know, family dynamics are changing. And so we've made it to where a parent, a grandparent, spouse, uncle, aunt, any friend actually can borrow these loans on behalf of the benefiting students. We felt that was really important. Also in the federal program, it's limited to undergraduate students and undergraduate degrees. And in our program, parents and whoever can borrow for undergraduate or any grad professional type program, law school, medical school. The other thing is the interest rates. And so we know for the current school year, and this is with the 0.25% ACH, they're paying automatically, the rates are 6.83. All our rates, fixed and variable, are less than the federal direct loan program under our loans. And the other thing that is really important, you can go to our website today or any day, and you can see exactly the rates that we are offering to these parents. We chose to be very transparent. We don't require a soft pull, hard pull, credit pull. Parents can go out and investigate and see what rates they're going to get before they even start this program. And we felt that was really important for us as a nonprofit. The other thing is the terms that we've chosen. We decided to make them to meet family needs, and so we offer 5, 7, 10, 15, and 20-year terms. And that way, if you have a parent who wants to pay it off sooner and pay less interest, they can choose a 5-year. If they want to spread it out a little bit more, we have the 20-year term as well. I think that's really, there's all kinds of information on there, but those are the things that I wanted to point out on this. Okay, so what we also know is that not all federal loans are created equal. And this slide has nothing on it that all of you don't already know already, probably, but we wanted to point these out. And we thought it was crucial information for us when we were trying to determine what we needed to offer to Texas families. And so the origination fees on the Direct Parent Plus loans are almost 4 times as large as the fees on the sub and the unsub loans to the students. The interest rates are currently 2.55% higher than the rate on the sub and unsub students. And so based on that, we know those higher origination fees and interest rates actually make a deferment of a Direct Parent Plus loan way more expensive than the in-school deferment of the direct unsub loan. In the parent loan program, there are far fewer repayment options available to them than to the students in their programs. And so, and then what we also know is the sub and unsub are limited, so there's a limit as much to what they can borrow versus in the parents, they can borrow the cost of attendance minus financial aid. Okay, so why that was all extremely important to us is we believe financial literacy and awareness for parents is one of the most important things and key takeaway that we wanted to leave here today, here today. The Department of Education website says the interest rate on federal student loans is fixed and usually lower than that on private loans and much lower than that on a credit card. And so while this really is true, or maybe true for direct sub and unsub loans, due to the lower fees and the lower interest rates, we question whether it's the same for the Direct Parent Plus loans. So when a family sees federal, they usually presume that it's the best thing for them to do without exploring other options. And I speak to parents all the time that call us and ask us questions about our program and their program. And a lot of times that is the right option for them. But we have some questions we want to leave you with, and it's like, is maximizing those federal loans, including the Direct Parent Plus loan, really the best thing to do before they consider other private alternatives like ours? Should parents pay a one-size-fit-all interest rate and that origination fee when they may qualify for a significantly lower rate? And do parents who are not receiving the economic benefit of that education really need an in-school deferment? At the current rate that is in effect right now, the loan balance of these loans when they begin repayment, if they defer that, will be on average about 18.4% more than the original financial need. So we think that is a really important thing to consider. Okay. Yep. So, not sure about this.
This next slide, we won't go through the numbers. These are similar numbers to what we've already gone through, but for a specific school. And so we just wanted to provide a sample here. And again, we send these to schools, but if you haven't seen a report like this, we're happy to send one to you that's tailored for your schools.
Yeah, I know
That kinda
we've sent
shows
these
the-
out.
Yeah, it shows the parent loan utilization at the schools and maybe what parents could save, if we're looking at alternatives.
Okay, so thank you so much. That report, I know I've sent it out to some of you folks, or my colleague Randall Larson has, but we can send those out to you, as Justin said, and it is specific to your school. And we've even had some schools come back and said, send me next year's. And we're currently in the process of creating these right now. So if you would like one of these, our contact information is on the back of this sheet and on the last page of this presentation here. And once again, we really want to thank you. We want to make sure we left you here knowing how important SB 1474 was for us. Our mission for the past 45 years, and we hope for the foreseeable future, is to actually promote college affordability for Texas residents. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Hi, this is Tom from UNT Health Science Center. I have a question. I know you're talking about the a Parent Plus loan, but as a grad professional school, do you guys have any options for independent graduate level students?
So we are working on, this product is about 2 years old, maybe a little less than 2 years old, and that is the next product is a loan for students. And again, as a Texas nonprofit, and thanks to the bill that passed, we're really optimistic that we're going to have some low rates for students when we have that product available. And I think that will be available, we're working on it now for spring of 2021.
Yeah, and we also have had, I think it was a wife borrow a loan for her husband that was going back to get his MBA. They can be used for that right now if you have someone who can actually borrow that on your behalf. So it is an option, for some grad students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple questions, but I'll let Shannon ask first.
Thank you for that great presentation. I just have a couple of questions on the slides, on the tables on slides 3 and 4, related to the overwhelming percentage change with the Parent Plus loans. And I'm curious on the back end, have you looked into the culture of that, like breaking that down into AGI gaps and really seeing which parents are borrowing and really getting into know why they are borrowing? Is it truly for educational purposes? Is it to supplement their income? And really diving into that, trying to find the borrowing patterns of our parents and why they're doing that?
We have not really delved into a whole lot of data. I think what we could say right now would be anecdotal, based on talking to our customers. And, there's some customers that just don't want their kids to be saddled with as much debt when they graduate. And there's some that just need to borrow because they're going to a school that maybe the federal options kind of max out. So, but no, we haven't done a study and we couldn't provide you any data on that, but that would be interesting to research.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's an interesting dive. We're doing that as well. We're trying to figure out the borrowing patterns based on AGIs, and that was an overwhelming percentage jump, so.
Yeah, well, and it's interesting you talk about that, Shannon, because I have a student that's trying to, not a student anymore, but he's trying to refinance into our refinance program, and he took out something called a loan awareness. I don't know what kind of loan it was, but for whatever reason, he couldn't get that certified by the school. So he took out this loan that a long time ago. I'm not going to mention who made that loan, but he kept saying, but we really did use most of it for room and board. So it's like, what does most of it mean, Because the loans that we do have to be qualified educational loans that we refinance, so.
Yeah, and our parent loans are school certified as well, so that they have to be, sent to the school and make sure we don't want people to overborrow.
But we don't know as far as what's happening in the DL side, you know.
It'd be interesting to study the patterns and see what's driving it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
That's very helpful.
Ed?
So I think, totally in agreement with you that, how can we who work in financial aid and are assisting students and their parents in covering college to say what are the most, affordable options if they're needing to use loans to borrow. So a couple questions. Could you speak to the limitations that we have as financial aid administrators in recommending or providing preferred lender lists to families? And then the second question, could you compare and contrast this loan with the college access loan, which seems to be also a good option compared to other options when borrowing beyond the subsidized and unsubsidized eligibility in the federal direct loan program?
Right. No, we completely understand the whole lender list criteria, and how you as a financial aid officer have to be very mindful of the law and what you're allowed to do. And so, and that has been one of the reasons or issues that we have struggled to actually get this awareness out to parents, because we also know that you don't touch the parents as much as you do the students. And so it really, having these loans, we do work with a lot of schools who utilize companies like Elm Select and ScholarNet to produce these. And what we have found is, schools are either utilizing a historical lender list. So if a lender has actually made a loan at their institution and it's really helped their students, then they make the list. And others are doing RFIs. They're actually issuing RFIs. We're working on a few right now that we submit to schools. And, the few of the schools that we speak to have committees in their financial aid they're not just financial aid. They have them from different departments that review and analyze the data from lenders offering these products and come up with the best choices for their lenders. So they're trying to comply with the law that schools are required to follow as far as being transparent about lender list and not specifically recommending a certain lender. I don't know if I answered your question, first one, or if there's something
I think you
specifically.
did.
Okay.
I think you've acknowledged, too, the challenge that we have and what we can do when we're, the two things that I think we're working with families in making their plan to pay for college is, number one, in most cases, they're looking to cover their direct expenses.
Right.
And yet we're presenting them with cost of attendance, which is appropriate, and yet that, I think, sometimes promotes overborrowing. Families going, oh, I really don't need that additional money for that. I just need to pay the bill.
Right.
And so I think that's a tension we deal with. And so, how can we do that? And that's probably more for colleges than you. But in some ways, too, what messaging do you have there? And then I guess the other in that area, is there anything that you're doing and other nonprofits that are really providing affordable options to lobby for maybe some changes in those regulations that we're dealing with and how we can communicate best options to families? Because it seems to be the preferred lender list restrictions and all of that seem to be counter to the goal that the government has, which is we want to limit borrowing and we want most affordable borrowing. And there are products like yours out there that are that, and yet we're restrained from talking about them.
Yeah, let me try and speak on that from the coordinating board's perspective. I know that our previous commissioner, Dr. Raymond Paredes, would meet periodically with Department of Education staff, and that is absolutely one of the items that he would continually bring up. It's counterintuitive after 2010 that if you go out and get a mortgage right now, you can go. There are many resources you can research, compare interest rates, and make some choices. And there's even lenders out there that will help advise you on what the best option may be. And yet, with regulations as they occurred back then and changed, it hampered financial aid officer's ability to really consult with, which would be the ideal situation. You're the expert, you know more out there than others, and be able to consult with a student and provide them with several options and advise them on, what may fit their situation the best. And to your point, you have cost of attendance, but what's your situation should maybe you work? How do you advise a student on that? That's a delicate balance, but outside the preferred lenders list. So we've tried to bring that up. It's something I know some other entities, I believe like InShare and what have you, have been trying to do the same. To no avail yet. We can be hopeful in the future. Maybe there's some changes, but certainly I think it's going to take a lot of entities and a lot of pressure to get that changed around. It certainly is desirable, but in between, what can be done is us and other entities of trying to build more awareness around financial literacy, trying to help students, help parents, as we see with the numbers that are increasing, better understand what their options are and their choices and the consequences of their choices. We've seen too many times as a lender ourselves, somebody later on, 5, 10 years later, having regret. I think they finally have that aha moment of, wow, maybe I shouldn't have borrowed all the way to cost of attendance. Now I have this extra amount of debt and interest and so on I'm taking on. But by that point, it's too late, right? So how do we get ahead of that? And that's some of the things we struggle with, but we're trying to work through as well. To answer your question on comparison with Cal and this one particular product, and there's many out there, Cal by statute and by Constitution are for students. So we can only provide Cal, and really that fits the coordinating board's mission, really, is trying to get students access into school, affordability in school, and get them to complete. Where this can do the same, but this really supports the parents and the parents' ability, and which is outside of realm. So it's really two distinct products, if you will, or items.
So, and I want to elaborate on the Cal loan as well, because I do spend a lot of time on the phone with parents and students. If somebody calls in to talk about these loans, they usually get one other person or me. And so I do have those conversations, and we have some parents that say, look, I'd rather not take this out in my name. I have issues with our credit or whatever. And I talk about the Cal loan a lot. And I have sent some of my friends and families to the Cal loan because it's the right thing for them. And that's one of the things that Brazos, that we pride ourselves in. It's like we want to help Texas parents and families, but not to I'm not going to push them to a product that may not be the best for them. And so we do counsel with parents and students about the Cal loan, and we have sent them to the Cal loan on many occasions. So I think it's a great loan product, and as Ken said, for a parent who maybe wants to help and may be willing to co-sign on the loan, that's the right product for them. Yes, ma'am.
I just really have a question just out of curiosity. So I do see that, it's strictly, well, I won't say strictly, but it targets the parents. But as a borrower, friends of the students have options to borrow on behalf of the student, correct?
Correct.
So are there any type of eligibility criteria that may start to wean students out? Well, like a student borrowing for another student or something like that. Are there any restrictions in place that could prevent that?
Yes, we do have a minimum income requirement. Typically, students don't meet the minimum income requirement or wouldn't. There's a little bit of credit history. So our program is still using private capital. And so when these tax-exempt bonds, which are wonderful, and they let us offer the low rates, they're still bought by investors. And they're rated by, Moody's or Fitch or S&P. And so we still have, and that drove a lot of building the program. So there still are some credit history requirements. They need to be employed and have a certain amount of credit history and minimum income and debt to income ratio. So there are those underwriting requirements.
Well, I thank you for this option. My daughter will be starting high school next year, so I'm glad I'll have options in 4 years. But one thing that caught my attention is on slide 4 is that loan originations in Texas is twice the national pace. And I know you mentioned that you probably didn't run across during your research, but that caught my eye, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the increase, you know, in Texas versus nationwide, and I know the numbers are smaller, right? But it was like, wow. I mean, that's amazing. And even in the Grad Plus, you know, the increase was 28% nationwide, and it's 46% in Texas. But yeah, the increase was amazing. And actually, to me, the decrease in the sub and unsub, and I that was kind of a question that I had for you guys, if you could maybe know why. Is it maybe year-round Pell helped a little bit, or how we went down on in those
There's certainly
programs, you know?
more than one factor that's going into it, but certainly tuition has not increased that much. And so, you know, seems to me like parents are just wanting to borrow more, but that would be, and related back to the question Shannon asked as well, we'd like to get our hands on more data and kind of figure out the right answers to those questions.
It would be interesting to know why.
Yeah.
Yes, double the national pace. Yeah.
I have a question. In your research and when you're talking to parents, do you find the question or the comment that you alluded to earlier about the parents don't want the students to take on as much debt, do you find that they're surpassing the student loan program and going directly to the plus in your conversations?
I have. I talked to a grandmother whose son was attending school in Waco, and they had not, and this goes back to the financial literacy importance, they had not even, I mean, they'd done the FAFSA, but he had not taken out the direct sub and unsub loans first, and he had not been to the financial aid office to go through his options. They had gotten an award letter, they had lost it, couldn't find it. And so for her, I mean, we had to recommend, like, okay, before you get a loan from us, you really need to go because, you know, I know you're a willing grandmother and you're wanting to help your son or grandson go to college, but you know, the direct sub and unsub loans, while they probably won't pay for all of the tuition, you know, those might be something that are actually a better option first before you come to our loan. So we get a mix. There are some folks that I know Debbie talks to that they've researched it very well, others that haven't, and certainly we want them to find the right loans. And, you know, I'm an accountant, I'm a CPA, so start with the cheaper ones first and work your way up. And so.
Well, and no matter what, it's just interesting to me, the same theme continues, is that people are intimidated about these loan programs. And I have people call me and say, I'm not stupid, I'm a lawyer. I understand, but help me. I don't understand where to do how does this work? Why is this better? Why isn't this better? And so for whatever reason, the student loans continue to be very intimidating to families. Tom, did you have a question?
Just an observation. One of the factors that might be contributing towards the decrease in sub and unsub usage is the change of the demographics of the student, in the fact that after the recession hit, there were countless adults who went back to school, many of which were borrowing loans. Some of them continued through their degrees well into the 14-15 era. Right. But then since then, that has been subsiding to some degree. The cost at schools has continued to go up. The amount that a student individually can borrow has not. So that differential gap is begging for the plus loan to fill the difference.
Right.
So if adults are not going to classes as much, that's decreasing the total number of students potentially, which then means that the gaps that we're seeing are more traditional age students, plus loans filling the gaps, and it's just one direction where that might explain some of the figures that we're looking at.
That makes sense.
Okay, any more questions? Not, well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
So the next item is another presentation, the Department of Education Experimental Site Initiative, Second Chance Pell, Felipe Leal, Director of Financial Aid at Lee College, and Cynthia Martinez, Financial Aid Senior Advisor at Southwest Texas Junior College, are going to be delivering the presentation.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear us? Felipe?
Morning.
Cynthia, can you hear us? Morning. Okay, we're ready whenever you're ready.
Michelle, I don't know if they can hear us.
Good morning. Yes. Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Delay.
That's okay for them not to have to see.
Okay, so that would be me. My name is Cynthia Martinez. I work for Southwest Texas Junior College. I am a financial aid advisor, been with the college for about 11 years. Okay.
I was saying to you, I don't think they can, I think the delay is so bad they can't hear. I think the delay is so bad that they can't hear us.
Yes. Yes. Well, it's off in the distance, but I can barely hear him.
I can hear it. Actually, I can hear okay. Yes.
No. I mean, I can hear everything fine.
Try again, Robert.
Okay, so we have a presentation about the Department of Education Experimental Science Initiative Pell Grants for students, Second Chance Pell. And delivering the presentation is Felipe Leal, Director of Financial Aid at Lee College, and Cynthia Martinez, Financial Aid Senior Advisor at Southwest Texas Junior College.
Did you hear anything that Robert just said?
Yes, we heard the intros.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. The first slide is up, so you may start. Is the intro on Southwest Texas Junior College.
I sure did. In fact, okay, so I'm going to begin my presentation. My name is Cynthia Martinez. I'm ready. Okay, my name is Cynthia Martinez. I work for Southwest Texas Junior College. I am the Yes, I am the Assistant Financial Aid Director. We started with the Second Chance.
Cynthia, did you stop? We can't hear you.
Okay, I'm the Assistant Financial Aid Director here. I've worked with Second Chance Pell since we started with it.
Okay, we're on the second slide now.
Okay. So in 2016, the Department of Ed created the Second Chance Pell Experimental Sites Initiative to provide need-based Pell Grants to those in state and federal prisons.
She stopped talking.
Okay, so Southwest Texas Junior College sent in a proposal to the Department of Ed, and we were approved in August of 2016. Our first full academic year to serving students at the unit with the Second Chance Pell was in 2016-2017. Previous to Second Chance Pell, we were already offering academic and technical classes at the Dolph Briscoe unit. So we were able to award students enrolled in the academic programs beginning in the fall of 2016, and we assisted students in the carpentry program with the Second Chance Pell in spring of 17 after the program was approved by the Department of Ed. So students enrolled in academic programs were awarded in the fall, and the carpentry program were not approved until spring 2017.
Does she need the slide advanced? She said everything on that slide.
Cynthia, could you let us know when to advance the next slide? It appears that you finished mentioning everything on the second slide.
Next slide.
Okay, we're on the third slide now.
Currently, the programs that are offered at the Briscoe unit is the Associate of Arts in General Studies degree and the Associate of Applied Science in Carpentry. We also offer a 1-year construction carpentry certificate and a 2-year construction carpentry certificate.
Okay, we're on the next slide.
Philippa, we have the Dolph Briscoe unit slide up.
Okay, so this is the unit that we serve. It's the male population. The maximum capacity is 1384 inmates. The custody levels are G1, G2, G4. It is located in Dilley, Texas, which is about maybe 120 miles from where our main campus is.
I've advanced to the next slide. New students. Philippa, is that yours?
Alrighty, you can go to the next slide.
We're there.
Okay, this is just a flow chart of how we do our outreach with our students. So outreach staff, we visit the unit about maybe 3 times a month with students that are interested in taking classes. Now the students submit an interest form, and we check with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice if they're eligible to take the classes. Students are selected and enrolled in the programs based on an individual treatment plan, which is developed by the educational staff at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Basically, what they're looking at is if the student, the age of the offender, program availability, projected release date, and the need for academic, vocational, life skill programs. So once these students are cleared through the Department of Criminal Justice, we hold an orientation class for Second Chance Pell with the students, explaining the FAFSA process and the Pell Grant and eligibility criteria.
Go ahead, we're on the outreach slide.
Okay, so an academic advisor meets with the students regarding their admissions requirements, and we also help them with the degree plans. We literally go through the whole application process with the student, and before we leave, we go ahead and collect all the completed FAFSAs. What we do is also leave some FAFSAs in the law library there so that the students can also fill it out at their own time. What we used to do is mail out the applications to the Department of Ed, but what we ended up doing is pretty much just entering the application in ourselves in the CPS as the processing unit for the Department of Ed, so that would increase the turnaround time. Normally, we would receive back our FAFSAs within 3 to 5 days versus the 6 weeks if we were to mail them in.
We have the progress so far slide up.
So we meet with the students again once we get the FAFSA results, letting them know the outcome of the FAFSA, whether they're selected for verification, whether we need GED or high school diplomas or transcripts, meet with them about selective service or any other academic transcripts. And at the same time, the academic advisor meets with the students and we should go over their degree plans and prior to the first semester of enrollment. Okay, so
We have the setback slide up.
can you go back one slide, please?
We're there. We're at the progress so far slide.
Okay, so the eligibility requirements for Second Chance Pell are the same as for regular students. And what we do pretty much is the Pell calculation is based still on the EFC, cost of attendance, enrollment status. You know, the students still need to maintain staff. You know, any classes that they take is using the Second Chance Pell is also included in the students' LEU. So progress so far, I provided data for the 2 years prior to the Second Chance Pell. So for 14-15 and 15-16, our graduation level or rate was pretty low. Since Second Chance Pell, we've increased the graduation rate at least by doubled. So as you can see with the data, it's increasing the number of graduated students.
We're at the setbacks slide.
Okay, so some of the challenges that we faced with the Second Chance Pell has been, you know, the failure to register for selective service for some of the students. We've had some difficulty obtaining documentation for verification, whether if it's from the student or the parent. Maybe some out-of-state high school transcripts or GEDs. Citizenships, you know, we also have issues with the defaulted loans that students cannot resolve because they really don't have anybody on the outside networking with their servicers. We are also limited with the contact with the students, since this is not anybody that we could call up and let them know we need additional information. We have to wait till we visit the unit. We have found, students wanting to transfer to other institutions because if they're moved to another facility, but we cannot transfer their FAFSA. In other words, the student is going to have to themselves call the Department of Ed to add another school code to the FAFSA. We also have challenges with incorrect Social Security numbers.
We're at the positive outcome slide.
Okay, so it has been a very rewarding experience being involved with the Second Chance Pell. We do feel that students feel like they are literally given a second chance to get an education, especially because with the Pell Grant, they've been able to actually increase their enrollment. I've also noticed and feel that the Second Chance Pell has been like an incentive for the students to behave in positive ways so that they can continue and not lose privileges to enroll in classes. I also know that there's students that they don't qualify for the state loan or the PSER, but they do qualify for Pell, and that way it actually decreases the amount of debt that they'll have to pay when they're paroled. And I've also noticed that the students actually take a very active part in their degree plan. They know exactly how to follow it. They're very, they've educated themselves to follow the degree plan, know which classes they need to take, how many classes more they need to graduate. And that's something that has been a good incentive for the student itself. And it also has changed the mindset and our outlook of the Briscoe unit, where it is now considered a campus of Southwest Texas Junior College and not a penal unit. So our offenders are now our regular students.
We've got the things we learned slide up. Cynthia, Felipa?
Things that we've learned along the way is that it is a good incentive and provides the students skills they're able to use upon release. It prepares them for the workforce. One of the, this should have actually been a challenge, is that because of the students' cost of attendance changing each semester, that means that every time that they add a class, pretty much we have to manually calculate the award. We've had a big increase also in parent and family involvement.
We've got the impact slide up. Guys.
Impact on state financial aid programs. I really don't see that there would be an impact on state financial aid programs. Currently, we utilize institutional funds to cover tuition and fees when the Pell Award does not fully cover the cost of tuition. I do see that the continued use of Second Chance Pell will reduce the amount of state debt incurred by the offender upon release. I know the Texas Department of Criminal Justice allocates us with $90,000 of state loan funds per academic year, but since the Second Chance Pell, we've not had to use our full allocation. Prior, we had to closely monitor our budget, but now due to the Second Chance Pell paying for classes first, we have less students dependent on the state loan.
Okay, that's the last slide. Did y'all have anything else to add?
No, I'm done.
Okay, any questions from the committee for our guests?
So Felipe and Cynthia, I noticed that the numbers of graduates have doubled, since initiated the program. Is this what you're seeing across the nation with other institutions participating in the initiative?
Cynthia, can you hear us?
Cynthia or Felipe, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. I heard the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Question.
Well, if Cynthia is done with her presentation, can you bring up mine real quick?
I only had one presentation from
Yes,
you
I
guys.
Yes, I can. I feel that, yes, the graduation rate has increased based on Second Chance Pell. I feel that the students are actually taking advantage of the fact that they are able to take more classes and expedite, finishing up with their program.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Were you going to say something? Go ahead. No, well, I thank you for your presentation. It's very informative. I know we wanted to know what was going on with the project because we always wondering whether or not the Department of Education is going to actually implement the initiatives. And if so, then we wanted to know what things that you'll be seeing so that we can prepare ourselves for it. Okay. Well,
I apologize for the technical difficulties that we had today with this presentation. Thank you very much for your effort to do your presentation with us.
Thanks, guys.
thank you. Okay, next, we have another presentation. Is this another Department of Education's experimental site initiative? This is the Pell Grant for Students in Dual Credit. Presenting is Don Hilton, Director of Financial Aid at Ranger College.
Don, are you there?
Yes. Sorry, I had to dial back in. I moved my phone and it hung you up.
Okay. Can you go ahead and start your video for your Skype?
Trying to.
There you are.
All right. We ready to go?
Yes, sir.
I am starting your slideshow. What?
Well, thank you for letting me present this today. I will tell you that the dual enrollment Pell sometimes has been a duel between our dual credit program coordinator and the president and myself. So, but it has been a program has been beneficial at times. So, you know, go ahead and go to the next slide there. The program started in 16, 17, and so right now we're in the 4th year of this 3-year program. We've also just now, this was due the 1st of this month, where we submitted the application for funds for the 5th year. And so it looks like they're going to continue that program on. And so far, Ranger is the only school from the state of Texas that's participating in this program. You can go to the next slide. Some of the things we've had to look at, and at least for me, with the years I have in financial aid, was to look at participating institutions were exempt from the Section 484 of the Higher Education Act and CFR 668.32, which prohibits a student who is enrolled in secondary school from receiving funds from the federal Pell Grant program. So took me a little while, as we start getting FAFSAs in, and I see a high school student, take a look at those and not just set them aside and say they're not eligible. But that was one of the things I had to handle as a challenge for myself. But when you've been doing this for 35 years or 30 years, basically when we started, it was kind of a little bit of a challenge. Next slide. Students were also exempt from requiring to have a high school diploma or its equivalent to be eligible for federal Pell Grants. And you can go to the next slide after that and actually go on to the one past the requirements to participate. So some of the requirements that we've had to deal with for the Pell Grant students is the students must be enrolled in a public secondary program. We've had a few problems a few times with this, with some of our homeschool students particularly that are doing some dual credit. They would come to some of the school meetings, and then they would submit FAFSAs, and then we'd have to deny them because they're not actually in the public school. And so we've had a few parents that have been upset over that since they were not actually attending the public schools. The school, college, must have agreements with all the local education agencies. Dual enrollment arrangements must be met. All applicable requirements have to meet your college accrediting agency's requirements. So, SACS is going to look at those for us, and SACS is our accrediting agency. 2 years ago, when we did our 5-year, they actually picked out 10 of our schools and actually visited those schools to make sure the facilities and everything else were being met for the education of those students. You must report your public secondary schools and LEAs to the Experimental Sites Committee. So every dual credit school we have to list those with the experimental sites. They don't have to be put onto your regular information with Department of Education, but they do have to be with the Experimental Sites Committee. Next slide. Students must be enrolled in courses that lead to a degree or certificate at your institution. So they have to be working, just like our regular students, towards something that's going to lead towards a degree at our institution. They also, the courses they take cannot interfere with the completion or requirements to graduate high school at their secondary school. The students must also be able to earn the equivalent of a minimum of 12 post-secondary hours through their particular secondary school. So whatever school they're at, we have to have an agreement where they can take at least 12 hours towards that associate or certificate program there at their school. Pell funds cannot be used for remedial coursework, and the students must be adequately prepared for post-secondary coursework. So basically our counselors are using the STAR, PSAT, we basically require that the TSI be complete. They must be completing the TSI before they can take any of the core coursework, such as the math, sciences, English, and all. So, next slide. You must provide appropriate student support services, so library, tutoring, college transition support, guidance counseling, and of course all of those you can do through the individual high schools. As long as you work with the counselors and the school district themselves, they can do those parts of the program for you. You must provide assistance in completing the FAFSA. Next, we're required to disclose students' possibility of being responsible institutional charges if they withdraw. We have been to all of our schools, done FAFSA nights. We go back and do, for the schools that want us to come back, gone back and done actual FAFSA programs where we've sat down with parents and students and all. Of those programs, I make sure I cover with those students satisfactory academic progress as well as the return to Title IV. So they kind of understand, because we know a lot of times these students are taking part-time classes. A withdrawal from one class can affect their satisfactory academic progress. Sometimes, they get into a class, they decide they can't handle it after a few weeks, and so they drop out of that class. Well, if we've already paid the Pell, then we have to do that return to Title IV, and they need to understand, that they may be having to send money back based on that program if they were eligible for the Pell Grant program. But as I said, we've gone and done programs at all the schools, but if you've done programs at schools, a lot of times it's hard to get people there for those programs. You must notify students of any possible restrictions of transferability of credits. So if they're looking at a program, we want to try to make sure as part of that counseling that courses they're taking up front will go into the program they're going to go to if they transfer on. So next slide. One of the challenges we've had in this too, but whatever Pell Grant money they receive does count towards their lifetime limit. So, they have that 600% lifetime limit, and so whatever they use is going to count towards that. Basically, I've said basically you'd have a student who started as a freshman, if they're just taking, one class or two classes every semester, it's probably not going to have much of an effect on their lifetime limit, even if they already earned their associate degree with us before they graduate high school, unless once they get into the four-year college, they start making changes to their degree plan, changing majors and things like that, and then they're going to run into some of that lifetime limit problems. So, next slide. Of course, all the requirements for awarding Pell and dispersing Pell Grant funds to these students are done the same way as you would with any other regular student. Any credit balances that you have with those students requires that you release those to the students under regular Title IV requirements. So you have, once that credit starts, you have within those 14 days to release that to those students. Next slide. The other thing is, if students' charges exceed the Pell Grant award, the school must have a mechanism in place to where the student will not owe anything. And so basically, if they qualify for any type of Pell Grant, even if it's smaller than what their actual charges are, they cannot be charged for that additional amount. So we have to come up with some way to determine how are we going to cover that balance. We can do it by scholarship, we can do it by other funds. Thus far, we have used primarily scholarship and some of our Texas Public Education funds, our tuition set-aside funds. Next slide. to the one after that. Kind of give you an idea of how we started back in 16-17. We had 23 schools doing dual credit courses with us. But we chose for that first year just to pick out 5, just kind of get our feet wet, kind of get an idea of what kind of bugs might be in there that might affect us and kind of try to work through things. In 17-18, we jumped up to, we had 29 schools that participated in the dual credit experiment. 2018, we've jumped to 44 schools, and we're still working with 44 schools in the dual credit program. Next slide. Our enrollment figures for dual credit, and these are the overall dual credit. We had 1,004, 2016, 1,251, 16-17, our first year of the program. 13-13, 17-18, 1,430 dual credit students last year. This year we have 1,209. So we've had an increase for most years, down a little bit this year. Next slide. Kind of break it out by year, kind of the effect it's had for us. The total dual credit enrollment was 1,251, and we worked with 5 schools. And basically, as we're looking at participants in this program, we chose the ones who actually completed and submitted a FAFSA to us. And so we had 85 students who actually applied for Pell, which came out to 6.8% of our total enrollment. 47 of those students were awarded Pell, so 3.8% of the total enrollment, 55% of those that applied. We had students from all 5 schools that participated in it. And then overall, we had 61 dual credit students who received a degree or certificate before they actually graduated high school. Out of those 61, 10 were ones who participated in the dual credit program, and then 6 of those 10 actually received Pell Grant funds that year. Next slide. For then 17-18, the enrollment at 13-13, we had all 29 of our schools participated. We had 303 students applied for Pell, so 23% of the total enrollment. 169 students were awarded Pell, so 12.9% of total enrollment. 55.8% of students applied. We had students from all 29 schools applied for, at least submitted a FAFSA. We had 54 students receive a degree or certificate while in school that year, while still in high school. 18 of those 54 participated in the dual credit program, and 13 of those 18 received Pell Grant funds. Next slide. So 18-19, our enrollment was 1,430 students, dual credit students. We had 44 schools that were doing dual credit with us. We had 340 students applied for Pell, so 23.8% of the total enrollment of dual credit students. 224 were awarded Pell, 15.7% of the total enrollment, 65.9% of students that applied. We had students from 29 schools that actually filled out a FAFSA and submitted them to us. We had 31 students receive a degree or certificate while still in high school. 15 of those participated in the dual credit Pell experiment, and 11 of the 15 received Pell. Next slide. For 1920, we've got 1,209 students in our dual credit program, still the 44 schools. We have 265 students that have applied for Pell, so 21.9% of the total enrollment. 165 students have been awarded Pell, so 13.6% of the enrollment, and 62.3% of the students that applied. We've had students at the end of January anyway. We've had students from 31 of the 44 schools that have applied for Pell Grant this year. So, and all these stats on 1920 right now are as of January 31st. So, next slide. Some of the positive things that we've seen through the program is we've definitely increased the number of schools that are participating with us in the dual credit program. For most of the years, it helped increase our dual credit enrollment numbers. And a good thing for the students is it's allowed some, particularly some of the lower income students to take dual credit courses that otherwise might not have been able to take those courses. Also, it allowed some of them, that with getting refunds, hopefully they've set some of that money aside for when they transfer on later on. At least that's what we encourage them to do with those refunds. The next slide. Some of our challenges. First one we run into with our office is just manpower. We are an office staff of 3 people, and which is one of the reasons I actually didn't come today is because of my 3 people. I lost one about 3 weeks ago, and we're in the process. Well, I actually have hired a new one, but won't start with us until after spring break, which is our spring break is next week. Another one is with Common Origination Disbursement System. When they fill out the FAFSA based on what they put in there as their graduation, whether it be a GED, high school diploma, homeschooled, COD, loads that student eligibility code in there for those students. For our high school students, it does not load an eligibility code in. So we have to manually, for every one of our dual credit students, as they apply, we have to go into COD, and we have to put a code of 10 in that they're part of this program, and we have to put that in manually for each individual student. Schools that pay all or portion of, we have several of our rural schools right in the area, and that's one reason we have some that aren't participating. But we have several schools that are either paying all or a portion of the students' dual credit for them. We had that already. We have a couple of schools where part of the district's budget, they budget in that they're going to pay 100% of the students' dual credit, any dual credit classes they take. We have other schools that'll pay 50% or whatever. That's been a little bit of a challenge for us as well as for the school districts, because if you have those students who do apply for Pell, the school districts don't want to spend their money if the student's bill is already paid. So they've had to get into letting us know, okay, which schools are they that pay. They also have to get with their students to determine, okay, if you're applying for Pell and you're being awarded Pell, we need to know ahead of time or afterwards so that we're not paying with our school funds for your dual credit program. So that's been a part of our one of our challenges with the schools. Also, some of our high school counselors. We've had several high school counselors that have told us that they're not going to encourage their students to fill out the FAFSA because they're scared of that. They're going to use up their lifetime limit. And so they've just actually told their students, we don't want you to fill it out because it's going to affect that lifetime limit. And of course, just getting students to apply. As you've seen by the numbers that we have, out of the total number of students we have in the dual credit program the percentage of the students that actually end up applying with the FAFSA. So just trying to get them to apply. We go do programs. Like I said, we've been to every school, done financial aid programs. We go to the schools. We've done evening programs. We've gone and done programs during the school day. During the school day, you get the students there because they pull them out of class and bring them to you, but you don't get parents there a lot of times. In the evenings, usually if you get 10-15% of the students and their parents to show up for one of those, you're usually doing pretty good. Satisfactory academic progress. You have these students a lot of times, like I said, they may be taking 1 or 2 classes. Well, they get into it a couple of weeks, they decide, hey, I'm not going to be able to handle this. They withdraw. Well, then they're being affected by satisfactory progress with us. Just kind of give you an example, we had a student that took 1 class with us in the spring semester, failed it, came back and took it during the summer, where after the spring, she got a notice from us that she was on financial aid warning, came back and took it during the summer, made an A in it, but because she'd only completed 50% of courses she's attempted, she was now on financial aid suspension. So even though she came in the fall and applied again, she was not eligible for funds in the fall semester. The verification. Just trying to get students to complete the verification process. Of those that applied, you saw the number that we gave Pell to. We probably had 20, 30 students each year, except for that 16-17 year, that turned in a FAFSA to us, but just never completed verification. Just wouldn't turn the paperwork in. Some of it was parents didn't want the information to be given to us. They felt like, hey, I already put it down on the FAFSA. I'm not going to send it to you. And we deal with this with regular students too, but we try to get counselors to work with the parents to try to get information into us and everything else, but some just would not do it. Our end-of-year reporting, it's a pretty lengthy process, primarily for us because we don't have an IT staff that works with our institutional software. And then trying to get the company to do reports for us for just one school is kind of costly. But basically, the end-of-year reporting, the monthly reporting we do is pretty easy because you're basically just telling them the Social Security number and the last name of the students who are participating in the program. But at the end of the year, you're looking at a spreadsheet that goes from A through AZ with things in there like, how many hours had they completed before the year started, how many did they take during the year, how many did they complete at the end of the year, what was their GPA prior to the start of the year, what was their GPA at the end of the year, why or why not did they, how much Pell funds did they receive other types of aid, if they didn't qualify, why did they not qualify? Was it because of not completing verification? Was it because of satisfactory progress? Whatever. And so for me, it's a quite lengthy process because I don't have the IT help to try to pull all those funds out, and I'm certainly not an IT person. So the last thing, and this is something new just this year, is IPEDS reporting. When we submitted our IPEDS report in February, one of the things they added in there for this year is that for your dual credit students participating in this program, you have to take them out of your IPEDS report as if they never enrolled at your school. And so for us, for Group 1, that took out 200 plus students and about $500,000 worth of funds. When you get to the other ones where you're looking at strictly the full-time, first-time students, it got down to just one student there, but out of that group one, you're pulling all those dual credit students that participated out in that program. So, next slide. Are there any questions?
I have a question. Hi, Don. This is Lynn Wheeler Kenyon. It's nice to see you and hear you.
Hey, you too.
I haven't seen you in a while. 44.
Well, our budget has not allowed me to come many places.
Yeah,
So.
I get that. I'm really impressed with 44 schools in the Ranger area. Are they in just the Ranger area, or do you go into Abilene? Where are you getting these schools that are participating?
Well, yeah, a majority of them are our area, but we have, as far south as Brady.
Okay.
And then we have one school that joined us last year that is, Chillicothe, which is up by Vernon. And so,
My goodness, and you go to all those schools to present? Oh, my goodness.
Yes. And then we have almost to Weatherford, and then pretty much it stops at Eastland because of Cisco's participation in the program. So we have a lot of our Eastland kids, though, they're participating with us as well as doing dual credit with Cisco.
And are they doing their classes online, I'm assuming, then, if they're that far away?
Some are online, some are face-to-face. What we've done with is if we have teachers in those schools that have master's degrees, and we'll
okay.
We'll hire them part-time as a part-time instructor.
Got it.
And they can do them face-to-face that way.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
But particularly our welding, that we have a 16-hour certificate program the students can earn while in high school. That one is done face-to-face with the teachers at the campuses. But we have an instructor here on campus that goes around and several times during the semester visits all those campuses and just to verify that they're doing, what they're supposed to be doing.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Don, Ed Caressley. Just wondering, I know, like you say, this is a nationwide experimental site initiative. How would you say, based on your understanding of what's happening at other schools, is your experience relatively similar, or are there some unique challenges, that you feel like you have and or the state of Texas might have compared to other states, other sites?
Well, I would say, for us, the manpower. But I know that when the program started in 16-17, there were 43 schools participating across the nation. The website I looked the other day, there are 39. So there's been a few that have dropped out. So I'm guessing some decided it wasn't beneficial for them. But I know our president, as long as it's out there, he wants to participate in it. And so, which I will add, this is probably another challenge I put in, depending on what your college president does. Because he went out, we started that first year with 5, and he automatically, at our first counselor's workshop, went out and told all the counselors everybody's eligible. So then you have to go out there and tell them, not everybody's going to be eligible for this program. So they do have to apply, and they do have to meet certain criteria. So, so your president, like I said, sometimes I duel with the president over this dual credit program. So.
Don, this is Robert Marino. On slide 7, and you might explain it, but I might have missed it. You said something that the dual credit Pell must not interfere with the completion of requirements to graduate high school or secondary school. Can you elaborate a little more on that?
Well, they're just basically saying that, they can't be taking a post-secondary course. They have to stay on course to meeting their graduation at the high school. And so if they're trying to take a post-secondary course that's not going to meet the requirements of helping them meet that graduation requirement, then they would not be able to participate in the program.
Okay.
You mentioned this was a 3-year program, and you're applying now for the 5th year.
Yes.
So do you have any idea of where the Department of Education is on, is this something that they see as something that would move forward and be available more broadly, or are they just happy with these 44 schools and the experimental site continuing on forever and ever? Amen.
All indications I have, everybody seems to, as far as legislators and all, they seem to like the program. They're trying to encourage the dual credit programs, but I haven't heard anything about them expanding it at this time.
Have you noticed of, like, for example, our college waives about 75% of the cost for students in a dual credit program. Have you noticed any colleges waiving some of the costs and then going back now that they're receiving Pell, charging the full amount?
I have not. And partially because I know in our area, we had talked about that. But dual credit is a big part of our enrollment. And some of those schools, when you started talking about we're going to raise that cost up to what the normal rate is, those schools start shopping around for other schools. Mm-hmm. And so we've kind of said, we'll keep that down at that reduced rate for dual credit.
Hi, Don. This is Ben Bolin. I have a question for you. Are some of those schools you're partnered with early college high schools?
You talking about early Texas or?
Yeah, are the ones that are enrolled in early college high school where their goal is the high school diploma and the associate's degree?
Well, we have one school like that. All the rest are just regular public high schools.
Would those be the ones that completed the degree or the certificates?
No, actually, our biggest number of students who actually complete their degree are our Eastland High School students. We have quite a few of those students who they're taking dual credit with us. At the same time, they're taking some dual credit courses with Cisco Junior College. And so we have, I would say probably a third of the students that we have that are graduating are our Eastland High School students because of that.
Thank you.
And Cisco is not participating in this program, but they accept the fact, and then they pay TPEG money, like $200 per class for the dual credit students that qualify.
Hi, Don. This is Shannon Crossland, Texas Tech University. I have a question about your comment on slide 11 about the students' charges exceeding the Pell Grant and that you have a mechanism in place. Do you see that? What would be the number of students that would have to be supplemented with institutional scholarships or an outside scholarship or another source of funding, say in your cohorts?
It's very few. I mean, we've had less than 5 each year. With the reduced cost of the Pell, of the dual credit program itself, that once they get any kind of Pell money, generally they're getting a refund. Generally, the ones that you work with that it's not meeting the cost are those who have a higher ESC and are taking either that 9 to 12 hours worth of work, and the Pell's just not enough to cover even that reduced cost. So it's usually been 2 to 3 students each year that we're having to do that on.
Thank you, Don.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have a question. Maybe this is more for the coordinating board and I guess Chaz. Given it seems like within Texas there is a great desire to continue to increase dual enrollment as part of the strategy of the 30 by 60 and all of that. Is there a thought of how this dual credit Pell kind of fits into the state's view of the future of dual credit in Texas?
I'll admit that I have not been part of any of those discussions, but I could definitely reach out to the individuals in our organization who are more active in the dual credit concept to see what, if any, conversations there have been.
Yeah, it just appears to me, I mean, especially if the legislature, I don't know where that is on their radar, they grab a hold of it and then start, scheming, planning, proposing, with this in mind, what would that do for the state? What higher education institutions, but even, K through 12 are doing. It seems to be a factor, or could be a factor.
Hi, my name is Shauna Norton. I'm with the Wichita Falls Independent School District, and we have an ever-growing dual credit population. I think part of that is because of our reduced rate, and as I was preparing for this, I had a lot of questions. You've already answered some of those, and that is that you offer a reduced rate. Trying to decide, when I was looking at this, how it would be beneficial for our district and our students if something like that were to expand. I'm wondering what your reduced rate is.
We're charging $50 per credit hour, except for our welding, and it's $80 per credit hour. Just because the supplies for welding and stuff are more.
Okay. Are there additional fees associated with that, or do you waive all your fees?
We waived all the fees.
Okay.
So Don, this is Lynn again. And this is going to show my ignorance on this particular program, but do you have limitations on what you're allowed to include in the cost of attendance to come up with eligibility?
No.
Interesting.
Basically, I build a dual credit budget much like I would for a regular student, just with that reduced cost.
Okay.
So it even includes a housing cost and a food cost?
Yes. You're treating them just like you would any other regular student.
So Don, are the classes being taught at the high school?
I do use a reduced rate for the housing and meals, the very minimum I can use, but there is an allotment in there for it.
Don, are the classes being held at the high school or at your college? Or both?
Both.
Both?
Yeah, the majority are held at the high schools, but we have campuses in Brownwood and in Stephenville, as well as here in Ranger. And a lot of those local campuses, there are classes they will actually come to the campus for. We have a machining program that is offered, but only the local schools around Stephenville may actually come into the Stephenville campus. Our cosmetology dual credit program, they either have to go to the Brownwood campus or Stephenville campus for that program. So we also offer core classes they can come and do on campus as well, but a majority of those are done on the high school campuses.
So I'm just kind of doing the math here. You said you're charging students $50 per credit hour. So a 12-hour, if a student is taking 12 hours in a semester, that'd be $600 tuition and fees. Right. And then they're receiving a Pell Grant of north of $3,000 if they're a zero EFC. And so they're getting a credit refund of $2,400. Is that the experience?
And that's why I said, we're really encouraging them to save that money for when they transfer on. Now, they also have to purchase their books, so some of that money would go towards that. So
they could buy a lot of books with $2,400.
Oh yeah. But like I said, we try to really encourage them because we know that the cost once they transfer on, either transfer on with us, continue for additional hours, or transfer to a four-year college, that cost is going to be a whole lot more than what they're doing with dual credit. And so we really try to encourage them to save that money and set it aside for that. That's also why I kind of like what Cisco's doing, where they just pay that $200 a semester, so, or $200 per class, I believe. So.
Hi, this is Rochelle Garrett. I have a question. We're obviously trying to grow our dual credit numbers as well. With the lack of manpower and the year-end requirements that you have, can you tell us about how much time is spent gathering the data at the initial onset and then the year-end that you have to send in? And I guess I'm going with the overall benefit to the school and the student. I mean, I can obviously see the benefit to the student in receiving quite a large refund, but the benefit to the school in doing this, and how much time it took to develop your year-end information.
Well, the first really year-end report we had to do for 17-18. As I said, I'm not an IT person. I don't have an IT person that works with our software. And so that first one took me about 65 hours personally to do. I found a little bit of help this last year. I got it down. It probably took me about 15 hours personally to do this last year's report.
And after you submit those, have you found that they come back and ask for more data, or is it just a standard, this is the information we need every year?
It's just been the first year they asked for very little is when they came in that second year, the long spreadsheet, but they have not added anything to that spreadsheet since it came out.
So for you institutionally, what do you say that all of your benefits are?
Well, for us, for most years, it increased our head count,
right.
With what we're reporting to the state for head count, with those dual credit students, increase those numbers. That is our biggest positive side to it. It definitely increases the work in our office, getting those extra applications in and having to deal with them. And as you know, if you've worked in financial aid, you know that if you have a part-time student, when they've gotten their FAFSA information in from the Department of Education, it gives the amount they're qualified for that full amount. And, if they're only enrolled in 3 or 6 hours and you send them or pay them for the lower amount, they're wanting to know where the rest of their money is. So, it definitely increased our phone calls and, of course, our workload with the paperwork and stuff, getting verification stuff in and processing those. So, and like I said, and only having an office staff of 3 people, that increases it quite a bit. So.
Well, thank you. Any more questions? That's good information. Thank you, Don.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Michelle. Have a good day.
You too. Have a good day.
Okay, so we have one more presentation before the lunch break. You want to move forward? Okay, all right. So next we have Claudette Jenks, Director of College Readiness and Success here at the Coordinating Board. She will be presenting information about the House Bill 3 regarding TASPA requirements and House Bill 2140 regarding online TASPA.
Sorry, I got a couple of things to organize. Good morning. I'm Claudette Jenks. I'm going to provide an update on the FAFSA and TASFA graduation requirement under House Bill 3, as well as the House Bill 2140, which is the TASFA development, online development. So, oh, I got this. Last time I presented to you is very new to us. There was very little guidance on what was going on with House Bill 3 because Texas Education Agency hadn't really put a lot out there. We have some updates since then. Just to give you an overview of the two bills themselves, of what they do specifically with the FAFSA and TASFA. House Bill 3 requires that there's a completion and submission of a FAFSA or TASFA prior to high school graduation. It also begins with the class of 2022, which is the 21-22 school year. The bill actually allows an opt-out option for parents, counselors, and a student themselves to be able to opt out if they're over the age of 18. And the bill also establishes an advisory board to advise on policy and implementation of the bill. House Bill 2140 is under our agency, and this is the online Texas application for state financial aid. That bill establishes the TASFA electronically through our Apply Texas system, and it also establishes an advisory committee of financial aid personnel as well as other stakeholders who advise students on FAFSA and TASFA completion. The bill also maintains an online database. It says that we are to maintain an online database of institutions that take the TASFA, and the board will adopt procedures for the TASFA and develop recommendations for the legislature. So the two advisory committees, I wanted to make them clear. What Texas Education Agency oversees the FAFSA Advisory Committee, and aside from what this is, from your committee, this committee is specifically going over that high school graduation requirement of the FAFSA. So it does a couple of things. It'll make recommendations on the information that districts must provide to students. It also will provide timelines for distribution for the FAFSA or TASFA and opt-out forms for students. The committee will also establish timelines for submission of a completion of an opt-out form and the method of which a student must provide proof of the completion of and submission of a FAFSA and TASFA. That committee will also develop resources that would be provided through TEA, and their recommendations are expected to be completed by December 2020. So here's an implementation timeline. This timeline was developed by Texas Education Agency. My colleague Alexis Bauserman from Texas Education Agency and I have been working, going out and doing a series of presentations to when we're asked to go present about this. So she's established this timeline that's come from TEA. So they were hoping to convene their FAFSA committee in February. I think it's going to start convening this in March. So in the fall of 2020, Texas Education Agency will develop the resources and they'll make them available by fall 2020. They'll have all of their recommendations that are due to the legislature by January 1st. And between January and February 2021, they're expected that their State Board of Education will have their rules adopted at that time. In the summer of 2021, it's expected that their commissioner will adopt those rules, and that by the year 21-22, that the requirement will be in place for those students that are enrolled in 12th grade. They were also expecting that the districts will begin entering all of the data within their TREC system, our TREC system, and it's a transcripting system. I know a lot of you must be familiar with that, but that's what they're going to be expecting to use. And then by fall 2022 is when the districts themselves will be reporting in their PEIMS systems. So the Texas Higher Education Agency has its committee as well. That is something that we're working on now. The advisory committee will be composed again of our financial aid personnel, public school counselors, as well as stakeholders who advise students regarding TASFA and FAFSA, or financial aid in general. So that can include higher ed financial aid and technical representatives, a student representative from a public high school, as well as nonprofit organizations and school counselors. I have gotten a number of submissions. We asked for submissions through February 28th. We had a little over about 68 submissions. They were a fairly good representation of these groups. However, we're looking also regionally to give some diversity. I looked at the regions by higher education regions, and there was a lot of Central Texas, a lot of South Texas, and a lot of Metroplex. We're still missing High Plains, Southeast, a lot of those other regions. So we'll probably try to either put this out for a little while longer to see, or get some suggestions or recommendations from you all, so we can have some fairly good representation across the state. I did have some East Texas, I'm trying to think of some other areas, but it was, again, highly from, nominations came highly from Central Texas, Metroplex, and South Texas. So we will be trying to find some others to be more representative. But we did get a lot of nonprofits. We got a lot of public school districts, higher ed, and we're still missing a student representative. So if there's anyone here that has a nomination, please feel free to share that. We're still looking for that. But I'm going through the nominations now to make those decisions. And these, then the approval for nominate those that are selected for the advisory committee are going to be approved at our March board meeting at the end of the month. And so with this advisory committee, we're expected to meet at least 3 times between April and August of 2020, so that you have time to make those recommendations. The TASFA Advisory Committee will make recommendations to the board on procedures, the development of the online TASFA, as well as any associated cost for the TASFA that's to be online. We're also hoping this committee identifies technical and functional revisions to the Apply Texas system regarding that development. The committee will also be soliciting feedback from stakeholders across the state, as well as conducting any other necessary activities for the online development. The recommendations from this committee is expected to be completed by October 2020, and that's due because those recommendations have to be approved prior to going to the legislature on January 1st. So it is a very, very quick timeline. This is the timeline for the implementation. As I mentioned, February, March, we're soliciting members for the advisory committee. Our meetings will be done between April and August, and then we'll be submitting the recommendations anywhere between September and October of 2020. As I mentioned, a report with the recommendations will go to the legislature on January 1, which aligns with the TEA's FAFSA recommendations as well. Between January 2021 and September 2021, we'll have the TASFA online development, if everything goes well, and it's expected to open October 2021 that would have the 22-23 TASFA application online. So I wanted to share with you, this may be relevant or not, but hopefully we kind of wanted to share with you that I've been working extensively with Texas Education Agency. There are lots of school districts that are already planning on completing 100% completion of FAFSA and TASFA. So they are already using and supporting the use of our Apply Texas system to track FAFSA completions. Within the Counselor Suite, which is a subsection of the Apply Texas application system, there's an opportunity for counselors or anybody that has access that works with students that's been given access, and they have to be eligible for that, to see student level data by high school. There's also district level access, and that's a different story, but they do have access to see if a student has submitted and completed their FAFSA within the Apply Texas Counselor Suite of the Apply Texas system. This is all done through memorandums of understanding with our agency so that the data is protected. This is part of the FAFSA initiative that's through the U.S. Department of Education. So we have, counselors are able to see where they are and track the students already. The data comes anywhere between late October from the U.S. Department of Education. It comes from late October through June, and it's released now Monday through Friday, so there's an upload every Monday through Friday. The first report is usually added mid to late October with the opening of the FAFSA, October 1st. So we have districts that have to enter into an MOU. We already have a number of districts, school districts that are already a part of this system, and the coordinating board must have the MOU in place in order for them to be able to access this information. And then there's a series that they go through to get, they have to, again, agree to FERPA and all sorts of other things. So we have the system in place to start tracking, so we're already preparing for this for that class of 2022. But we've already identified some challenges with this tracking system that we're trying to improve throughout, so we'll be ready for when the actual implementation has to be in place. So we've identified a couple of challenges within the counselor suite, and this is students searching and selecting the appropriate high school. Right now, the FAFSA application has where a student can manually enter a high school, and that has definitely caused a number of challenges. Only because since there's a data matching by high school for the student, if the student types it in incorrectly, there is no way for us to match the student or the data to be matched to the school. That has been across the state an issue, and with other states, so we've heard. So what we're trying to do at our level is to encourage all counselors to advise students to manually select, instead of manually entry, but to search and select the appropriate school that is in their area. That would help significantly so that the student is matched and that the record will be within their high school. Another issue that's come up is school name changes. There are several schools, high schools that may have changed their school name to an early college high school within the last year, and it takes about a year for the school to make that for the U.S. Department of Education to make that change. Even though all the paperwork has been submitted, it does take some time to get in the system appropriately. So a lot of students, again, are typing their new name of their high school manually, and it's not anywhere in the system. So that's another issue that has been pretty significant in identifying students or matching students with the FAFSA completions. We have issues with students. This is a new issue that is still being researched, and we have not gotten to a way to best, I guess, counselor or provide guidance to counselors at this point. But I've heard, and we are researching, that if a parent, maybe even a student, does not sign the FAFSA application with an FSA ID, that it may always be in submission and not completed. And so I'm not entirely sure if that's the case, but with a lot of our school districts, their principals are, again, utilizing the Apply Texas Counselor Suite as the tracking system, and they're wanting us to change the data to say, I have a student aid report in my hand, I know the student completed, I want your system to reflect that. That cannot happen, unfortunately. So there's a lot of things we have to start looking at in order for our tracking system to be able to identify that a student has completed the FAFSA. I do have an email into the Department of Education. They were very responsive early on, saying that they're meeting about a number of our issues. I have not gotten a response back yet, but we are exploring this to see if this is what we can do in order to guide students more appropriately, and even parents. My thought is that at some point in time, it does what I call reconcile. Once they identify that the parent has submitted the signed copy instead of an FSA ID, I don't know that for sure, and that was the question to the U.S. Department of Education, so I'm still awaiting that answer. But our recommendation, if we find out that this is common and true, we'll probably recommend that everyone utilize an FSA ID so that it would mark it complete rather than just submitted. And I can't tell you how many schools I do hear from regularly that say, I know my student did this, they already have a student aid report. I didn't know that a student aid report, or if a student aid report gets generated without a parent signature. So that was, again, my question to the U.S. Department of Education. It does. So that makes sense. We wanted that confirmation before we put any guidance out to our counselors, and once they give that to us in writing, we'll go ahead and provide the guidance that it will need to be an FSID, or that they need to consider in the system. Excuse me, my throat's a little dry. That they need to consider these things if they're not listed in the counselor suite as completed. So I've also listed a number of resolutions that we've done so far to date. Again, because of this House Bill 3, a lot of the school districts are making us pretty much get to where they are, and since they're putting this in 100%. So we have developed a number of solutions to some of the challenges that we've already identified. I've developed a frequently asked questions list for counselors to provide some guidance on how they could better make some corrections with the student or before the student actually completes the FAFSA. These are some things to think about in order for their submission and completion to be matched within for their school, as well as that it's marked complete. So we have some of those frequently asked questions. We used to have the updates in the counselor suite Tuesdays and Thursdays, but like I mentioned, they're now Monday through Friday. That's an all automated process between the U.S. Department of Ed, our agency's data, and then it gets sent over to UT Applied Texas. University of Texas Austin is the vendor that maintains the Applied Texas system, so so there's a level of data transfer, and so we've streamlined that process significantly. The other resolution that we found out during these explorations of different issues is that we recognize that mobile devices data was not added to the downloads. That's not as frequent. It's very rare that a student is actually completing a FAFSA on a mobile device, but we have now added that in the event that there is someone that does utilize that mobile device or the app to submit their FAFSA. And again, I'm planning to meet specifically with the Department of Education. I did email them. I'm hoping to hear back from them soon so we can meet and talk about some of the issues to how to better advise students and parents in completing the FAFSAs. There are a number of reporting requirements with the Texas Education Agency House Bill 3. The districts have to enter in the financial aid application data in their systems beginning with the 12th grade for that 21-22 school year. Again, I just simply say class of 22. The districts will also need to indicate on the transcript that the student has met that requirement, and again, that goes to the TREC system. So they'll be integrating that there. Our coordinating board and the Texas Education Agency are exploring ways on how to streamline data collection systems, mainly so they know if we're using the Applied Texas system that it's streamlined in some way, that school counselors are not just using separate systems or just a paper. So we're trying to work on what would be the best in reporting that sort of data. We are also working extensively with TEA on making sure that in developing the processes for the TASFA online, that we also create some sort of tracking system as well for that. So the next steps is we've encouraged everyone to help build capacity. So the more that we're doing this ahead of time, the more we know of the challenges. So when the actual implementation of House Bill 3 goes into place, that we're ready for it and that we have some time to make sure that we're getting everything done. The TASFA Advisory Committee members will be approved by the board at March. They're anticipated to be approved by the board in the end of the month here. And our first meeting is hopefully probably May, leaning more towards May now, but April or May. We're continuing collaborations with Texas Education Agency. Like I mentioned, we're doing a lot of pre-work. My colleague and I from TEA are going out and doing a number of presentations jointly to kind of describe what's happening on both sides and how we're working very closely together. We've had a number of internal meetings where Chad has been involved as well. So we have a lot of both of our staffs are working very closely together to make sure that we're streamlining the process of this implementation. So we're continuing collaborations. We're looking at, again, data collection and sharing. We're looking at developing systems for supports for the implementation of these two requirements, as well as developing messaging to the field on both at the secondary and higher ed level. We are also looking at meeting with the Education Commission of States. We didn't meet with them directly, but there was a webinar that was provided. I don't know if any one of you were on that webinar, but there was a number of things that were eye-opening. This was specifically to model or demonstrate Louisiana's I can't say bill because it's not in legislation, but it was something that they did. Louisiana's model of something similar to a FAFSA high school graduation requirement. It was really eye-opening. I suggest if you have some spare time, which you may, to go listen to it. It's actually posted on the Education Commission of State's website under Stay Connected, and they have webinars, and it's the very first webinar because it was actually last week on the 27th of February. There was a number of things that we learned from that. Well, I learned from that while I was sitting at the airport trying to travel for another engagement. But so I don't have all the technical things, but there were some things that we were told to consider. Data collection was discussed, that they actually use a third-party vendor for data collection. There was also something that's very common that we were already discussing, with the difference between submission and completion. So identifying, making that definition clear for those that are implementing this across different states. How to work with different groups that are opting out, so specifically that undocumented population. I think our state's already ahead of the game because we have a separate state aid for those that do not qualify for federal aid. We also learned that their model is not legislatively mandated. It was interesting because they already started the process early on, and it's not just FAFSA related, it's really college readiness related. And so they have a merit-based scholarship that they are able to use to promote the completion of the FAFSA. And because it's merit-based, they can really look at even affluent populations applying for FAFSA. So that's one of the things that we've learned. So there were a number of things that were really interesting that we learned from that, well, that I learned from that specifically. But if you have an opportunity to listen, that it is posted online. If you have any additional information on House Bill 3, you can connect. I provided the actual email for any general questions on House Bill 3. If it's financial aid application, they'd want you to put that in the title or the subject line so they know how to appropriately. That is a very large finance bill, so they want to make sure to appropriately identify what questions you're wanting specifically from the bill. And then I also provided my colleague Alexis Bauserman's information. If you have specific you need specific information around House Bill 3 and the FAFSA requirement. And then I oversee the House Bill 2140, the TASFA development. So that's all I have. Do you have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. I think it's the sixth slide, you speak to any associated cost of the online TASFA. Can you go into that a little bit more? Is that the cost to develop it? Is that the cost institutions are going to have? Are students going to be charged?
So that's, again, to me, hopefully the discussion with the advisory committee. So there's, initially when this bill was coming up, we did the legislative the budget for that. There was a budget in development. So there is money associated for development within the Applied Texas system. What gets complicated is currently the Applied Texas system is for admission purposes, and all of the institutions that utilize the application system pay into it based on an enrollment. So there's a methodology for costs for the admission purposes. So if you're adding this additional piece, there would be an increase in cost, but it's not within the bill or the legislative requirement under the rules and regulations for the cost associated with the Applied Texas system. So when we did this, I did talk to the vendor, UT Applied Texas staff. They did provide a budget for 4 years, and so there is some cost associated. But it really depends on whether or not that's something that would be. It's to the institutions in general, but there's the cost for the system does not relate to the cost of the development of another piece of this system. I don't know if that makes sense. But so generally the cost would go to the institutions, but again, the cost is determined on enrollment and not on financial aid or anything like that. So, but there would be a cost for development of the online system. So that's where the cost is. The other thing that has been discussed, and Chad and I have talked offline about this. Right now, we know that institutions are not charged anything for receiving this data. But there is a maintenance cost with data, with flow of data. If the expectation is that you're building like a financial aid piece here in Texas, similar to the U.S. Department of Education on how data flows. So there is cost associated with that. We don't know what those costs look like. Again, I've gotten projections from our UT Apply Texas staff based on what their knowledge is, but if there's any additional costs, we need the financial aid personnel to share with us. And the other things are the same systems of data transfer, the same systems that are used currently with the Apply Texas system. Right now, there are several different vendors that with the admission data, but is it the same for the financial aid data and how institutions receive that data? So there's a lot of unknowns about those things. So again, there may or may not be associated costs, and that's what this advisory committee is supposed to be here for, and help us talk through some of those things.
You mentioned these associated costs, and a number of schools in Texas are Aleutian Banner schools, and there's the TCC, which supports all of that for state programs and all of that. Right. So are they involved in these conversations, or is there representation with the TCC?
That's where the solicit input from stakeholders will come in place. So the committee will be hearing from those vendors because we will need that sort of information. The committee will need that information to make any recommendations.
Your sense is it's on their radar. I'm just thinking at the level of
I have received a couple of emails that have alluded to that fact that they are knowledgeable about this, and I think there was some discussion during the legislative session as well.
I have a question.
I know you explained to the paper task force subcommittee about sometimes there's a delay of 1 to 2 weeks on the tracking on the counselor suite in Apply Texas for the high schools. Can you explain that, how it works for everybody?
For the FAFSAs, yes. So, and I did hear someone say they had a question on the phone, so we'll come back to that, I suppose. One of the things that we also know is that there is a processing time when a student submits a FAFSA there is a processing time at the U.S. Department of Education. It can take anywhere between 1 to 2 weeks for processing. So there is on the FAFSA, Federal Student Aid, Financial Student Aid website at the U.S. Department of Ed, there is a date that is posted that says we're processing applications that were submitted between this date and this date. The data will be transferred by this date, and then reports will go out in this date. So there's several different dates that we have to go to. To Robert's point, we have the timeline or data transfer takes a couple of weeks. So it'll come anywhere between a week or two to our agency, and then at some point, now that we have the daily uploads, we'll be able to get that out earlier, but there is a delay in noting that the FAFSAs are completed or when they've been submitted. Another thing that that I've learned in this process is every single process, so every day the data is re-uploaded. It's not added to, it's completely redone. So that's important because if a student makes a correction to a FAFSA, they will go away and back into the system, and then they will show up at another time. So there's lots of different technical issues that we have to realize at some point in time.
One of the things that'll be good for us to sit down internally is to try to figure out kind of why, as an agency, we experience a different situation than what institutions experience. Because institutions receive the data much quicker at the institutions, and they don't receive complete redumps every single time. They only get corrections or new. So let's sit down internally and figure out what it is about the agency's receipt of that information.
Right.
Because schools are getting them in 3 to 5 business days. So if it's taking us 2 weeks,
right,
we'll figure that out.
And another thing, that's a good question, again, when we have our opportunity to talk directly to U.S. Department of Education, because understanding all of these technical pieces is so critical and important, and as a person that is not in the field of financial aid, it's even more so. So I have a huge learning curve, so I depend on, again, the advisory committee to help make me knowledgeable as well as others in our agency knowledgeable about what happens across different areas of the institutions, especially with the admission and financial aid piece, because the enrollment, if we're doing a cost structure with Applied Texas based on enrollment, and now we're adding this financial aid, I don't know what the cost difference would be, and if institutions are supportive, if we increase cost within the Applied Texas system to, I don't know, maybe even go up a quarter of a percentage, we don't know if that will be something that's receptive. And if there is going to be a need for financial aid areas to start pitching in. I don't know your budgets. I don't know how your institutions work in that area, but it's something to consider and something we do need some feedback on. Are there any other questions? Oh, we had a question on the phone.
Yes, hi. This is Heidi Granger. How are you, Claudette?
I'm fine, thank you.
My question is, when you listen to Louisiana, I believe they had a common opt-out form. Did they discuss that when you talked with them?
We haven't talked to them directly, but I did note that it was a universal. That would be something Texas Education Agency would have to consider. I do know that Alexis was on travel as well. It seemed like we were all on travel that day, but I was listening in. I did hear that. I had a number of colleagues also message me and say that would be a good idea. Their FAFSA committee would probably discuss that. TEA's FAFSA committee would probably discuss that in that universal opt-out form, especially now that we have to really look at undocumented students, or even thinking about what needs to happen with those students who do opt out. Like if they want potential to go into higher ed at some point, we still have to look at what are some options for them to consider, even though they do opt out of financial aid in general. So there's a lot to discuss in that area as well.
And I think their form is online, if I'm not mistaken, as well as a breakdown of the size of the school and how you can better assess it. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I looked at it.
Right. And, like I said, I was in the process and I wasn't getting really good reception, but I did hear that. I made a note to go back and revisit it for sure, so we can discuss it when we start working with TA a little bit more closely about those opt-out forms.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I applaud the schools and districts that are planning on 100% completion of this. However, we currently struggle with getting students and parents to complete the FAFSA, even those we know are going to college. We also have a large number of students who are graduating with career-ready workforce certifications who will not want to complete the FAFSA. So while we're shooting for high, we are not shooting for 100%. And one of the concerns in our area in general, not just my district, is accountability attached to this. So has there been any discussion yet of a percentage that needs to be completed in order to not be considered not hitting your mark for accountability standards? Has anything been discussed, established?
No, again, we'd have to defer to the FAFSA committee that's at TEA. That again is a lot of their recommendations on that side. They do want a voice from higher ed. At the time, I guess a couple weeks ago, they were asking for more representation from higher ed institutions. Chad shared a number of recommendations, so we could share with them some people that they might want to reach out to. But making those connections definitely is something that they're looking at. As far as accountability specifically for school districts, no, I don't know if there's specific percentages. But I will tell you, if you listen to the FAFSA Louisiana experience, there was a number. All of their percentages went up considerably, obviously, but they did not hit 100%. So there are challenges across the board for a number of reasons, and I don't think they have the expectation that it's 100%. Even with what we're experiencing now, with again, lots of principals and leadership at the school districts want to see the system say every single student did something, and that at this point in time our infrastructure is not built that way. But we are looking to improve it significantly and finding ways to address some of the issues we've determined. But as far as a specific percentage, I think there's an understanding that there are not extremely high expectations, but the whole goal is to increase FAFSA completion so that students realize that there is an opportunity to go to some form of higher education. Anything else?
Questions? Okay. Thank you, Claudette.
Thank you.
Michelle, do you know if lunch is here yet, or? It is? Then, and where his lunch is? Okay. So shall we break for? We'll break till 12:30 so that we can have lunch, and we'll work on getting the room set up so that we can eat somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll be back at 12:30.
Okay, if we can get started.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's continue with the agenda. So the next item is discussion, proposed update to Texas Administrative Code related to Texas grant.
Okay, so we're about to jump into a whole bunch of administrative code discussion. All of these items are just draft concepts that we're putting together to get your input before we would make any actual postings of the Texas Register of proposed rules. So all these things would still go through the standard process of posting and having a 30-day comment period, et cetera. Excuse me. The first one that I wanted to talk about, agenda item I, is the Texas grant code. What has been done is I've put together a rewrite of the Texas grant code along the same lines of rewrites that you've looked at for the TEG program and the TEOG program. So the rewrites weren't meant to make major changes. They were simply meant to ultimately make the code more efficient and easier for everyone to use. So trying to provide clarity, there was a lot of outdated stuff that didn't need to be in there, unnecessary rules, and the like. I looked through it to try to see, was there anything that really was a change as opposed to just improving how the information is presented. One of the things that was a specific piece in the upper right corner, page 63 of our agenda, of our packet. I did make a correction to the award amount because our rule had previously said that the amount of a Texas grant awarded may not be reduced by any gift aid for which the person receiving the grant is eligible unless the total amount equals or exceeds the student's tuition and required fees. And I corrected that to align with the statutory language that it's supposed to be financial needs, that if it exceeds. And then I think the other correction was just a correction of, we referred to a term instead of an academic year at the very, very end of the, and that has to do with tolling of eligibility, so it never even happens, because tolling of eligibility only occurs if we aren't able to fund at least 10% of initial year students. So for the most part, it really is just trying to make it so that, trying to put it into a format that is more easily accessible to all of you as you use these rules to administer these programs. One piece that I didn't change that I thought about changing, and I wanted to kind of get your input on, I'll see articles here and there through NASFA News and the like as there's discussions about the word award and moving away from the word awards, and wanted to get your input as to whether, as we write guidelines for our programs, as we write rules for our programs, should we be trying to move more towards referring to things as, like, the big thing in the rules is we use the phrase initial year award and continuation award, and should we be moving towards phrases like initial year grant and continuing grant? And I I haven't been in the front lines of financial aid offices for 5 years now, and so I'm not sure kind of whether that is something that I should be looking at, or whether that's more I'm seeing articles, but it's not really taking root yet.
I think what you're seeing is more for student-facing, when we're talking to students, that we're not supposed to say awards anymore, offers or whatever, but, so since this is mainly financial aid people, I don't know if it's as important to change this as it is for us to be changing what we're giving to students. Does that make sense?
So it sounds like as we are thinking about, say, information that we put out on College for All Texans or things like that, that we should be moving away from referring to financial aid as an award and looking at our language in those areas.
That would be my opinion.
That's what I do in my college. Everything that when we talk to students, it's an offer. And but when we talk institutionally, we go back to our old language, an award.
Okay.
It's just hard to get a word.
Yeah.
I guess I would say, though, for consistency purposes, I would argue if we're going to change our outward language, we should change our inward language as well. And it is hard. I mean, I work, again, with the award, the financial aid offer, and, constantly finding myself still going back to somewhere, even though, I was conscious of offer and grant and loan, but I would say.
A decades-long habit is hard to break.
It is. Multi-decade, but that's a whole nother issue.
So it sounds like it's something that we should be looking at as we're moving forward with things, but it's not an urgent piece that we need to kind of make it a priority to rewrite everything within the next 2 months to get it to all reflect that. Just as there's opportunities, moving more towards, talking about the grant itself, the loan itself, as opposed to the broader awards. It's the financial aid offer letter? Is it the financial aid letter? It's the offer notification nowadays.
Financial assistance.
Okie dokie.
Financial aid offer notification.
I will re-listen to this part of the presentation to remember that, so. Okay, so that's, in terms of the Texas grant rewrite as a whole, was there anything in here that caused anyone pause or concern? I'm just thrilled to get rid of the pages of outdated information, so hopefully that'll make it helpful.
I guess I do want to go back to, you commented on page 17, or page 63.
Oh, sorry, page 63.
Changing the wording that you can't reduce other institutional aid if it doesn't, with financial need versus tuition and fees. I guess I feel like that is limiting institutions to strategically and efficiently use their aid. The Texas grant intent is that, as I understand, that there are grant and scholarships that at least cover tuition and fees. But to bind schools to say you can't reduce a Texas grant if a student gets an increase in their scholarship, I don't know that I like it, because I think institutions are looking at how do we more strategically use Texas grant amounts and not just a flat 5,000 to every student or whatever, and take into consideration the other aid in a goal, I think, to be more equitable and to be more strategic in making sure tuition and fees are covered for as many students as possible. So
I'm looking up something right now. I believe that change was solely to bring it in line with statute. And if it's statute, then that's something that would need to be taken to the legislature for change, as opposed to rule. So let me just pick that up, look at that real quick. F.
And I don't
Yeah,
know.
and that's a direct from statute, that the amount of a Texas grant may not be reduced by any gift aid for which the person receiving the grant is eligible unless the total amount of a person's grant plus any gift aid received exceeds the student's financial need. So the changing it from tuition and required fees to financial need was purely to align with the statute. Our interpretation of this statute has been that that applies post-offer. So if you're putting together an initial financial aid package, all the things that you're aware of, you can determine what level of Texas grant you're going to award to them. It's just post-offer, if the person gets additional funding, that you wouldn't be able to reduce the Texas grant that you initially awarded unless the total grants for that person exceeded their financial need. So as I say that, I completely understand the statement that you're making, acknowledging that we're tied to the statute.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's just this idea of an understanding and again, how schools are utilizing Texas grant and maybe even rethinking, as we are challenged with limited funds and increasing need, and saying, how do we do this appropriately? And so your interpretation is helpful. And again, I'm not talking about current practice, at least right now, of my institution, but future practice and, where I am trying to figure this out. And maybe it's the fact I have worked in the private sector as well as public sector, but we make a commitment trying to, address a student's financial situation, and then they come along and tell us, or a department within the institution then gives them significantly more grant or scholarship assistance, and you're looking and saying, that overall commitment that we've made no longer seems to be in proportion to what we're trying to do for all of our students. So, but so.
And a piece that, we didn't have an external relations update at this meeting because there wasn't really anything specific to update in terms of legislative activity, but a piece we've mentioned before is, if there are items that as institutions you all identify or as a financial aid community that you identify, encouraging you to utilize TASFA as a mechanism, utilizing your government relations areas as a mechanism to, be looking at those things if you feel that those are items that rise to the level of, pushing forward for change in those areas. So, yeah.
One of the things that caught my eye as I was reading this rewrite is on page 66, where it talks about the allocations. Notice that a portion of the allocation is derived from students who previously received TEOG awards. Do you happen to know off the top of your head what portion that makes up?
Of the actual allocation? Let me read the allocation. Now, mind you, I will point out, let me just figure out. Oh, so this section, when it talks about this, we're looking at the individuals who would demonstrate eligibility, not who actually received Texas grants through that pathway. So there's the 3 pathways to the Texas grant: the straight out of high school, there's the complete an associate's degree and then go on to the baccalaureate, and then there's the receive a TEOG, complete at least 24 credit hours, and have a 2.5 GPA and go on. So those are the 3 pathways. And so we go through and look to determine how many people in the prior year actually would have qualified through those areas. The vast majority is through the high school pathway, I would have to look up, but I can look up at a break and get that information for you pretty quickly as to what percentage. So
I was just asking because I know some schools do not award any or offer any Texas grant to TOG transfer students. Is maybe because of timing or when students are coming in. So I was.
Yeah, this one is tied to demonstrating eligibility, not to actually having been awarded. Because in terms of the percent of students who would qualify through the TEOG pathway but actually received a Texas grant, that is in the single digits of the percentage of how many students are funded through that way. I think it's even less than 5%, if not lower. But in terms of how many demonstrate eligibility through that pathway, it's a larger number. And I can look that up. Any other concerns about the Texas grant rewrite? So, well, then we will, is there?
I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Then we will be packaging this up and putting this out to the Texas Register so that everyone will have an opportunity for the 30-day comment period. Since it's not changing anything, when it goes into effect, it's not a for what academic year it applies. It's already just in place. So. Okay, moving on to agenda item J. This has to do with a definition of academic year. And what I discovered as I was working through all of the rules, and part of why we looked at Texas Grant and TEOG and TEG with these rewrites is we do a 4-year rule review. Every 4 years we have to look at these rules and figure out, are there things that we should keep? Are there things that we, are no longer valid, et cetera? And so in doing that, it also just uncovered areas that I'm like, oh, I should look at that area, I should look at that area. And I realized that academic year is not actually defined anywhere in our subchapters related to financial aid. We did have period of enrollment defined, but the way it's defined, it's tied directly to the state's fiscal year. And because of that, period of enrollment would not be a synonym for academic year. And the example I used is you're not going to want to do your SAP based on, tied to the state's fiscal year. And I also found a couple places that it, quite frankly, was used wrong, and so just need to go in and fix it. We said academic year, and it really should have said semester or something like that. Whereas the term academic year appears like 33 times in Chapter 22 for all sorts of different reasons. And we had created a definition in the general provisions for Chapter 22 for semester, and we tied that to the federal definition of payment period so that we could tie it to financial aid terminology as much as possible. And I wasn't sure whether there was a way to define academic year in a way that would effectively tie to what financial aid administrators need when putting together financial aid packages. So, my very rough attempt at a definition was the combination of semesters used by an institution to fulfill the academic year requirement as defined by 34 CFR 668.3, which is how that. So, what are your thoughts? Is there a way to define academic year to make sure that it's clear with everyone? To me, it's become a little more important because we're now allowing summer awards. Before, we never had summer awards, so it was really just fall, spring, and you never had to think about it. But now that we're adding summer, we're actively trying to add summer to the mix. I'll stop talking and you can give me your thoughts.
I mean, I think it is a good idea to align it, at least with the federal definition.
I also like the fact that by tying it to the federal definition and to use the language that you've placed in here, that keeps things extremely broad. If the feds come in and do some forced tweak that changes our world, we're automatically covered with the language that we've got here. So I love the way that you structured that sentence.
On where it says combinations of semesters used by an institution, I wonder if that should say combination of semesters defined by an institution, because that way it would relate back to your comment, because that's.
So it ties it back to the institution as to how you defined it. And I think that this is broad enough that it allows for the fact that the academic year is different for different students and different populations, as opposed to just defining it to the fiscal year, which is just everybody. Anyone can think of any downfalls? Anyone on the phone can think of any drawbacks to this approach?
I don't, having come from a different area and still learning all the different things that we do in Texas, I don't know if we have any schools in Texas that are on quarters. Because the use of the word semester is a defined word as opposed to a term or a payment period.
But we define semester for the purposes of financial aid as a payment period as defined by 34 CFR 668.4.
Okay.
So we use the term semester to mean the generic concept of a payment period. Because we actually got away from using the term because the term has a bunch of different definitions. And so we were trying to avoid that. And so semester for the purposes of aid can mean quarter, trimester. I don't know if anyone does trimesters anymore, or semester.
Okay.
So.
Just wanted to make sure that we got that provision.
And I think we have at least one that's on a quarter system, because we always have to work with them to get it to work right. Yeah, and
Have we defined academic year if we're saying you're to define academic year?
And I see what you're saying, and the difference in the concept is, and I don't know how to word it, the words academic year in the quoted area is referring to the federal definition of the academic year. So we're kind of saying our state definition of academic year is going to align with the federal definition of academic year. So let me think if there's a way that I can tweak that in there. Because you kind of got that circular reference, yep.
Feels circular. Why not?
Yep.
It's ours versus theirs.
Okay. Yeah, I might be able to just toss that in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else? The nice thing about the fact that we moved all the definitions to the general provisions is I only have to make this change in one place as opposed to in every single chapter. So thank you for allowing us to move to general provisions. Okay. The next one that I have has to do with prorating. When it comes to proration, we are authorized to regulate, but we are not required to regulate. There's nothing in statute that says that someone's grant has to be prorated based on any circumstances. And as I read this and as I was looking at the Texas grant and the couple different places where we were doing all these different prorations, I began to worry that the requirements that we have in administrative code introduce an unnecessary level of complication. And, you know, we've been working very hard to try to find ways to improve the institution's flexibility with our financial aid programs, introducing summer, changing the allocations to allow carryovers, things like that. And so I'm concerned as to whether this may be limiting the institution's ability to determine what's the best way to utilize funding in their awarding to students. And it struck me because I was thinking about, well, you know, Pell has the da-da-da-da, you know, their I'm sorry for transcripts, that can't say da-da-da-da-da. Pell has a proration process. But as I thought about it, the comparison of Texas Grant, TEOG, TEG, to Pell is basically an entitlement. You get what you're eligible for. Texas Grant and TEOG and the others, to me, seem more like SEOG. You get a block amount of money that you determine based on some eligibility criteria, but you determine who all's going to get it and how much there's going to get. And other than a maximum, and is there still, I think there's a minimum like $100 or something on SEOG? Yes. You know, other than your top and bottom windows, there's no proration requirement on an SEOG. I also started looking at the fact of the matter in that when you prorate a Texas grant at this point, even if they're enrolled half-time, the proration of the maximum amount is higher than the target award. And so you could still give them a full target award even after you prorate it. Because all of our proration rules refer to the maximum award, not to the target award. So, you know, TEG, we're also very inconsistent. TEG has one place you have to prorate. Texas Grant has 2 places you have to prorate. TEOG has 3 places you have to prorate. And so wanted to put it out there as to would eliminating the proration rules improve the institution's ability to make the determinations as to what will best suit their students' needs. I'm seeing nodding, but say something for the record here.
Personally, for us at Amarillo College, it would help us out tremendously because with our undocumented student population where we have to go in and match those funds, if they have a higher EFC, then in their 3/4 time or their half time, we have to prorate that award and we have to match those funds to cover all tuition and fees. So it would really help us to, I think, better utilize our funding to help those students that don't have other resources.
Yeah, I concur. The same thing happened at my college when I was doing the proration, when I was doing the matching. I realized that most of the matching was going to students who were less than 3/4 time. Yeah.
So for the record, lots of people are nodding. Anyone see any drawbacks in eliminating the proration requirements across our programs?
Just officially for the record, I don't have many part-time students just because of our cost structure.
Mm-hmm.
However, the whole proration concept, I think, you're right. I mean, it should mimic more so, like SEOG. It doesn't necessarily do a student a favor or the school a favor to have a proration if they're attending less. You know, I can just imagine a student who only needs 9 hours to finish up their program.
Mm-hmm.
and they're trying to finish strong, and, the proration may or may not help with them finishing strong. So I could see multiple scenarios in which taking away the proration requirement could be a help.
Would that mean for Texas Grant that a student less than three-quarter time?
Oh, your mic.
Or,
Is it on?
I think it's on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Typically, it's never an issue that I'm talking loud enough, but yeah, I mean, would that mean, so with Texas Grant, the student, unless they have hardship, have to be three-quarter time? Is that, I'm correct in that?
No. Unless they have hardship, yeah.
Right.
And then Texas Grant has a hard rule that you have to be at least half-time.
Okay, right.
Because the Texas Grant has a statute piece that says you can't award to less than.
So removing the proration, I mean, would that affect, typically if a student is three-quarter time or above, they get their Texas Grant. And then if they're below three-quarter time, they don't get their Texas Grant, like you say, unless there's a hardship. So would the proration change mean that a student half-time could get a Texas Grant?
Without
a hardship?
No, the hardship rule would still apply.
Okay, so,
It's just the proration rule that wouldn't apply.
okay.
Because the rule requires proration if the student is enrolled less than three-quarter time at census, in which case the grant may not exceed 50% of the maximum award.
So in theory, that taking out the proration would mean if a student is half-time, we could still give them a larger award if we deemed it appropriate,
Yes.
given their financial situation. And we would have
Exactly.
the discretion of prorating it if we chose to.
Right, you all make the determination as to how much you award to each student. And so, that concept continues, that this isn't a Pell Grant program where we say this is exactly how much you get based on those pieces. Kind of in supporting the whole benefit of a decentralized program, which is putting the Lexus of control in the hands of the institutions.
So I guess back to that initial award. So the student has an initial award with the assumption of full-time of $2,500 for the semester.
Mm-hmm.
As I understand, as it works now, if they're three-quarter time, they still get the $2,500. If they go below three-quarter time, they are not eligible unless there's a hardship. So that, at least, is currently how we operate with the awarding of the Texas Grant.
Okay.
Okay. So, and then we are obligated, if I understand, if that student is half-time, we consider hardship, that student can only get $1,250 of that initial, or maybe, again, maybe I'm, the target award amount, I'm getting confused with the maximum award amount, so that's where, the student can't get more than half of the maximum award.
Right.
Is
Right.
really where that would come into play.
Right.
And you're saying just getting rid of it, but it's still, that's not going to change our obligation potentially to give a Texas Grant to a student who's less than three-quarter time. Whereas now the only time we would give it to them is under hardship.
What I'm hearing from your example, Ed, is that the rules that get to the point that determines if the student is eligible do not change.
I
You
guess
still have to go
that-
under the hardship and such.
Right.
But the dollar amount that you would be allowed to give them would be higher.
Right.
Because proration would no longer be required, although it would be at your discretion to give them the award that you deem necessary.
Exactly. So this doesn't open up any new people to eligibility than it did before. So if that example you used, they wouldn't have been eligible except under hardship, they still wouldn't be eligible except under hardship.
That, I was just looking at clarify, proration isn't going to necessarily,
Proration is not hardship, absolutely.
right, but it's not going to change eligibility.
Right, it just changes the potential for the net outcome dollar amount.
Right, as to what we can do for the
Yep.
student. Yeah.
Okay, so the same conversation for TEOG.
Mm-hmm.
And I do remember before that third rule went in, when we didn't do the proration based on three-quarter time or half-time. They were just enrolled and they got it. Remember, we don't have a target either. We, or at least I, tend to give them the max they're eligible for. So it would be going back to the way we used to, which I'm not saying is wrong. Of course, it's going to limit the number of students because I'm going to have to, because I'm probably going to give them more money because they all need the money.
Well, and that's part of what I guess I'm asking is, do you want us to make the determination as an agency as to how you should administer your program, or do you want the institution to have the flexibility to make its own determination as to, do you want to spread money across more students? Do you want to award more money to fewer students? The proration very much puts it in our hands. We tell you, this is how you should do it. And so I guess that's the question I would have for you of, would you prefer that we're telling you you have to do it a certain way, or would you prefer to have the flexibility? I will say that, you were talking about the maximum, awarding the maximum. When we look across, even though there aren't targets, across TEOG, the average TEOG is less than half of the maximum award amount. And so, it's not that everyone's right up. Now, across Texas Grant, the average comes in, I think, at $4,998.50. So you guys are right on target. But in terms of the TEOG, it's a good $1,000, $2,000 below the maximum award levels.
And I think that's just the nature of our enrollment because most of our students are part-time. At least 80% of my students in San Jac are part-time students.
And the tuition requirement at a lot of our institutions is not an incentive because it's not going to be an issue. At some it is. I will also say that allowing the undocumented students then to get a full amount would be an advantage because they have nothing else usually. So that would be an advantage that we would definitely see. I'm just trying to think of what we would do. I don't know what schools are going to do. I think I like the idea of having the option, but until schools decide what they're going to do, whether that's going to be your intention or not.
I think that's the beauty of it, is that you can decide what you want to do. You have the flexibility to meet the needs of your student population.
Well, before we
So
were
I'm all
able,
for flexibility.
before we were able to prorate TEOG, I remember less than half-time students didn't get an award. But once we started prorating, we were able to give them an award for less than half-time. At least I remember right.
Which, from what I'm seeing, the removal of the mandate for proration still leaves that at the school level to make the determination as to what's best for your population.
Yeah.
You're just not forced into making cuts. It gives a lot more control to you.
Yeah, because TEOG doesn't have that hard 6-hour cutoff because that 6-hour cutoff is in statute for Texas Grant, but TEOG doesn't have that. So,
Take the flexibility.
no, you can't start it today.
Man, I got some kids that need some money.
Based on this idea, what I'm planning on doing is the Texas Grant proposed rule that we send out will include this change. The TEOG and the TEG, I'll have to go and do proposed rules on those. And so we'll have to kind of phase them in depending on when, because TEOG is actually in the midst of a comment period that is just coming to an end, and so can't toss something new in there unless one of you commented on a concern that you have about the fact that there's proration in the TEOG program. I might be able to respond to your concern.
I'm concerned about the fact that TEOG has a proration.
Me too. 1 second. Have to do it right, don't we?
Emails are wonderful, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Emails are awesome. Okay, on to the next one. Agenda item L. Wanted to bring to you all an idea on a potential negotiated rulemaking committee that we're considering, and finding out whether or not you all think that it would be an appropriate committee to convene. Looking, we've already gone through with Texas Grant, TEOG, and TEG and done negotiated rulemaking to provide greater flexibility for institutions when it came to their allocations, and wondering whether we should take the same approach with Texas College Work Study. Right now, the program requires that institutions forfeit their funding that's not encumbered by February 20th. And then even if you did get, it also prevents you from using your funding for summer awards unless you got a reallocation of funding. And so our thought is that if we went into a negotiated rulemaking and were able to remove those requirements, we could do things that would allow institutions to retain funds for use during the summer semester, could look at whether a carryover process between the 2 years of the biennium would be effective for you all, like we've done in the grant programs, could look at whether or not providing both of the allocations at the start of the biennium would be helpful. Also, a piece for you to be aware of is that we are pursuing changing the disbursement process for Texas College Work Study. Historically, we have always done a block payment at the very beginning and kind of moved the funds over to the institution, and then relied on the institution at February 20th was supposed to return all the funds that they weren't using. And what we continually get is in August, huge amounts of money being returned through the program. Hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars being returned, easily $500,000 to $750,000. And so people are telling us at February, yep, going to use all this money. And it's not just one institution that's doing this, because we wouldn't get $750,000 back. And just from a cash management standpoint, need to be moving towards a mechanism. And now that we have a nice system that makes it very easy for you to request funding through the grant programs, we would probably move to a more manual system the first year, just to kind of work it out with everybody to make sure we understood how it worked, and then move it on to a nice automated system for you to be able to request the funds. But when we make that change without a corresponding change to the allocation, institutions will likely be forfeiting a greater amount of money at February 20th, because right now you have the money and you just haven't been returning it to us on February 20th, whereas now you won't have the money. And so we'll have all the money at February 20th. So if you want the flexibility to be able to use it into the summer, et cetera, this change to how we're going to be approaching the disbursement of work-study funds could have a very significant impact on institutions that typically return money to us. So before we just propose this negotiated rulemaking, I wanted to get all of your opinion as to, do you think this would be a good use of negotiated rulemakers' time to come together and look at increasing the flexibility of the work-study allocation?
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah.
Then keep an eye out. It's been a couple years since I did negotiated rulemaking. Lori Frederick, if she's watching this presentation right now is sitting there going, "What are you doing to me, Chad?" Because she has to help us convene them all. But we will convene, and ideally, we'll be able to convene and have things ready so that by the time we do the allocations for the next biennium in June of 21, we'll have a new rule in place. I think I get to take a break for a little bit.
All right, so next item on the agenda is at TASPA Subcommittee. We met for the first time last week to start planning for our goals for this year. Until House Bill 2140 kicks in, we're still going to continue to meet to update the paper TASPA. So right now we're looking at the TASPA for 21-22. One of the things that for our goals that we're looking at is consider whether or not to include the AGI and taxes paid on the TASPA, because it does not include it right now, and students have to attach their tax return with it, essentially pretty much selecting the student for verification. So I know some of the schools raise a concern that they were verifying 100% of those paper TASPA. So if we were to collect that information on the TASPA, then it will be up to the school to decide how we're going to handle verification. Am I correct? Okay. All right. The other thing we look into the release dates. Last year, it was very helpful for institutions to have the TASPA prior to the October 1st date because it gave institutions the ability to share with the high schools so they can have it available at the same time that the FAFSA opens. Okay. So we're considering, again, the target date of September 1st for institutions and September 30th for students. The day before. It's going to be available online September 30th, right? Okay. And other items that we discussed were the selected service update, and I'll let Leah explain how this works. Yeah.
Well, there's no selective service update on the TASFA form. The feedback we got when we discussed it a week ago was that it was very helpful to incorporate that statement in and versus, having to attach a separate document. So there's going to be no change in that sense. So you'll still collect that as part of the TASFA form. We had talked about some other selective service information that's going to be coming out in the upcoming program guidelines. So that's what's in the meeting minutes that you're reading. So that'll be introduced in the next month or so. But that was it on the selective service piece.
And we're looking into ways to gather feedback from the community because the survey that we collected last year, it was not very helpful. So we're going to go back and reconsider how we are serving the community.
And that was actually sent out today. So it went out as an email blast through our Gov delivery system through the coordinating board, and I'm working to get that out through TASFA as well. As you know, their website changed, so my account is still being updated so I can send out those notices, but as soon as I can, that it'll go out through there, and we have a deadline of April 20th to respond to the coordinating board with that feedback so I can provide that to the committee. So that went out this morning.
And then the final thing was that we are going to meet again in mid-April, to finalize our recommendations so that we can have them ready for the June Financial Aid Advisory Committee meeting. Oh, any questions? I'm sorry. All right. Next item is the Data Collection Subcommittee.
Wow, you guys were busy last week. The Data Collection Subcommittee also met last week, February 28th, here at the Coordinating Board. We had 4 agenda items. The first thing was just kind of an update on the grants payment system. There were 2 enhancements. One, where email notifications are now being sent for fund requests, return of funds, and approval of payments. And they've added an additional role for access. You can have processing access, which I would consider like update, or you can have review access with this just viewing. So those 2 roles are now available through the grant system, and we're now getting email notifications. And so the committee were pleased with those and pleased with the grant system. The next item we talked about were some financial aid database, FAD, data review findings. So it looks like the coordinating board has started to look at the data, and they've started to see some discrepancies. And so actually they went back and looked at a lot of their own edits, the edits that were listed in the manual. A few of them may not have been working as well as they should have been. And so those have been fixed. So if you're getting an error you maybe never got before, it might be due to that. Some of the items they were looking at were cost of attendance, Pell, enrollment of hours came up, not reporting the highest number of enrollment for the year. It tended to be the most recent semester or some other field. It wasn't reporting the highest level. So that was inconsistent with some of the reporting on the grant programs. It looked like you weren't enrolled as, the students were not enrolled with the right number of hours to get the grant they were getting. It was inconsistent. Hardship justifications and ministry-related degrees. One example, they're now going to look at cost of attendance that's reported over $120,000. Apparently that there were institutions reporting cost of attendance in excess of $120,000. Did I get all those right? We had fun with that. We know it's expensive, but is it worth more than $120,000? Just shake and catch me if I missed something. The reporting cycle 1, apparently there were some discrepancies with which option to report for SAP for the first cycle. So we clarified that for reporting cycle 1, it's option 3, no SAP, not 0, not a recipient. I have that issue at my institution with my provider. They did, as a result of reviewing this data, they decertified 25 institutions and worked to improve their data. And just a reminder that for cycle 2 is going to be a warning for reconciliation. You're not going to fully reconcile. I'm looking at Deshay.
Yes, we do have that set up to go into programming for cycle 2 once it opens in late June. So we're working with our programmers. I think that will help move along the process when it comes to cycle 2, since cycle 2 is a moving target when it comes to awarding your students. I can use awarding, right? So yeah, so if something changes with it, then we'll make certain to let everyone know in advance. But our goal is to ensure that reconciliation for cycle 2 is only a warning and not an error that limits you from moving forward with your file.
Our third discussion topic actually was the Texas College Work Study Funds request form. So we had that initial discussion for the data collections about the coordinating board wanting to develop some type of reporting mechanism. And a lot of what you just heard, the reasons behind it, institutions are returning funds, they're not being able to be reallocated, so students aren't getting the benefits. How can we improve that process? We did have a lively debate on that. Initially, of course, when we hear that, we hear something very similar to the grant process, where I guess we would pay the students, and so once a month, I would send in my request to reimburse my institution for what I had paid that month. That suggestion was not too appealing. That sounded like a lot of back and forth, a lot of accounting, because when we do submit those requests, we have very detailed records so that we know how many we're asking for and how much. We did have some discussion on perhaps having some type of, once we've assigned our students or we've determined how many students we're funding and they start working, we know how much we have offered them. I'm trying to check my terminology. Then we could request that funding, knowing, as with all the grants, that if a student were to quit working, we would hire a new person. That person would get the remaining of the money for the rest of the time. So they would need some reconciliation at the end on exactly how much each student got, and the number of students would change depending on who continued to work and who didn't. But there would be a process in place to do that with the FADS database. So we kind of tried to come up with different ways of making this work, being as strict as possible or maybe not quite as strict, but requiring the institution to be a little more thoughtful on why we're asking and how much we're asking for, and that we've already placed these students or have the ability to place these students before asking for those fundings. We were going to go back and solicit additional information on that, or what other institutions might be interested in. In general, we talked about some of the things that might come up through the negotiating rulemaking as well. If institutions aren't spending it, then how can we change the allocation process? How can we come up with maybe carrying the funds over? How can we use them in the summer? What other options can we use to spend the money if that's what the problem is, as well, and to be mindful of spending those dollars. The fourth discussion was really just an update, and we've already talked a little bit about it. We talked about the selective service updates. We got a short update on what the task force subcommittee, they had already met, so we heard that they were going to send out a survey, and we needed to make sure that we let our institutions know that. We also, the program guidelines for 2021, the goal is to release those in April so that they're available and ready to go. And I think we've brought this up before, the user access form. There are multiple, so there's, and I don't use this one, but Helm, CPAS, and Move It. And different accesses and getting people access to it, getting people taken off your access. It's very cumbersome, not maybe very user-friendly. And how could we make that process better? There were challenges with, just submitting the different forms. We thought maybe using checkboxes would be more friendly. We talked about it's difficult to add a new director. So when your institution has a new director in charge, how do they get their name switched over to do the access? Who authorizes it? How is it done? Maybe putting together some information on a guide for a new director just to know how to navigate through the different systems. Even though some of us may have become used to it, it seems to be difficult to learn the new system or learn the old system. So they are hoping to make some modifications to the form based on the feedback and try to make it more user-friendly. The one thing we realized is we can't get an ad hoc report of who's currently has eligible at our institutions. If you want that, you have to contact the coordinating board and they can get it to you. I do know as a director, I get an annual report that tells me who's in my institution, and I remove people or add people at that point, but I'm only looking at it once a year. So adding some way of having an ad hoc report that we can run at any time at our institution to decide who needs access and who doesn't. And those were all our former agenda items. Our members actually did come back with some questions for the coordinating board. The coronavirus and how the state will view study abroad programs that may end up being canceled or students returning. How is that going to work with them meeting their eligibility for future aid? It sounded like the general guidance at the time was if you have a hardship policy, you can certainly use your hardship policy, but you still need to follow it. You still need to document it. We talked a little bit about award history and accessing award history. And then the state campus-based annual report, I don't know if you realize some of the terminology changed. And so that was brought up again about the terminology changing and understanding business office language, accounting language, and making sure that that all is synced up so that everyone knows that what we're asking for and how we're asking for it so that there's no confusion. And I'm looking to Deshay to make sure I didn't leave anything out. Oh, one more thing. We are meeting again on April 30th is our next meeting here at the coordinating board.
No, I don't even know why I was up here. I mean, you did a wonderful job.
Because it was last week.
Excuse me, I can just mention that since you all met, there's been further activity statewide on coronavirus, and we actually have a meeting at 2:30 today within the agency as Ray Martinez, who's Deputy Commissioner for Academics within the organization, is leading the agency's effort on that specifically. And so information about that will be released as additional factors are figured out. So trying to keep up. A quick question I do have in relation to the discussion you all had. Remind me, because my mind's getting foggy on how it worked back when I was in an aid office. When it comes to the federal work-study program, how do institutions request funds for the federal work-study program? Like, how do you actually get the money?
I think they just draw down.
You just said just like Pell and SEOG?
Well, you don't have, you have to, for
Pell,
you have to have.
Excuse me, those funds are drawn down from G5 on a as-need basis. Some schools may draw it all down. Some may month to month draw down those amounts that's needed.
Okay.
Then ultimately, the FISAP report is your reconciliation.
Yeah, I was just thinking about
the FISAP report that you're justifying the money you've drawn down. I mean, in a sense, there isn't anything in between where, at least we're having to, as I understand, settle up with the Department of Ed as to why we drew what we drew. I
So
mean,
G5
obviously, it would be a finding if, we drew down money and didn't show we paid within the time, probably in an audit, but.
So G5 doesn't have any rules whatsoever about needing to demonstrate
not for
use of, so like you can effectively pull down all the money at the beginning of the year, stick it in your bank account, earn interest on it, and, okay.
No, those monies cannot be stored or saved in a.
But G5 just allows you to pull it down at any time. Okay.
So it's not looking at like the COD system for Pell. You can't draw down Pell funds because they'll look at COD and say you haven't dispersed, but there's nothing like that for campus-based programs.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so next item is Legislative Recommendations Subcommittee. Shannon?
Hi, good afternoon. I have submitted a report for the packet. It's pretty lengthy. I'm going to highlight some of the top things, and then would love the committee's input and those of you on the phone as well. based on our recommendations. We did add 2 members to our committee. We added Cynthia Butler at the recommendation of Len Kenyon to have a task force representative on our committee. And then we also added Diane Todd Sprague to our committee. So we feel we have a very well-rounded committee representing all the sectors throughout the state. We did a lot of conference calling and word editing back and forth to come up with this document for our recommendations for the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. And after this presentation, we would love your feedback and guidance moving forward for the recommendations. We were charged with potential discussion topics for the 87th legislative session. And we gathered around together and talked about these from various discussions we've had with this committee, different financial aid studies that have been done, recommendations from higher education organizations, and just a general review of state financial aid statute. We discussed several recommendations. We actually had 12 that we discussed and decided to bring 4 as our priority recommendations. We did leave the other 8 on there in case members of the committee wanted us to move forward with that as well. We did ensure that we aligned with the priority recommendations with the 60 by 30 Texas, and we also incorporated the principles of state financial aid redesigned, as well as we included the the Senate Higher Education Committee interim charges focusing on adult learners. We tried to include that in all of our recommendations as moving forward. The first 4 that we consider our priority recommendations are federal state alignment opportunities, work as a resource, the priority financial aid deadline, and then also increasing the Texas grant from the $5,000. The first one, federal state alignment opportunities. I know this committee has discussed this quite a bit, as well as our colleagues that are listening in, but we would like to propose aligning state aid program selective service requirements, controlled substance requirements, and our satisfactory academic progress criteria, and aligning those with the federal aid requirements. The committee, upon looking at the 60 by 30 goals and the principles of the state financial aid redesign, and also considering our charge to consider adult learners, we feel that this would provide more flexibility with our student-centered programs, support completion goals, and reduce that related confusion among our students, increasing their access and providing a pathway for them to enhance their education. Along that same line of alignment, I know a lot of our community college, and Robert, please step in here to provide a little background on this as well. With the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant, the matching requirement of that, aligning that similar to the federal Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grant for the matching requirements. From what I understand, the matching requirement is an administrative burden due to the timing late in the semester, which in turn impacts the students. And it also really enhances the amount of funds that a student may already have, where they really don't need it at that time. And so, Robert, I don't know if you have anything to add on that as well.
The idea of aligning it similar to SCOG is to see if we can utilize the matching waiver, the 25% matching waiver, and not count on Pell. I mean, not use Pell as matching and not TPEG that we can use for other students. Yeah.
I apologize. You're going to have to repeat that for me. I did not grasp what you were saying.
So SCOG, where we have the 25% matching, we can waive that if we're Title III, Title V institution.
And that distributes the equity across the board for all of our students. Great, thank you, Robert.
Can you also explain for me, so that I make sure I understand and can convey, it says the current TEOG matching requirement is an administrative burden due to the timing late in the semester, which in turn impacts students? And
Yes.
I'm not understanding what the matching requirement is late in the semester.
Well, we have to we end up, and it's just because there's a time we end up actually doing the matching.
Oh, so that's when you do it? Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out what the students were doing at the
Yeah.
end of the semester.
And
It's
it
just
impacts
your
the
administrative.
yeah,
Okay.
mhm. The administration of it late in the semester is having an impact to the students. Again, this approach would support the 60 by 30 Texas goals and ensure completion of higher education by students, and then responding to the diverse enrollment options available for their pathways. Moving on to work as a resource, we propose aligning the Texas Work Study mentorship to the Texas College Work Study, reinforcing the goals of 60 by 30. From what I understand, the Texas Work Study mentorship is not a financial aid function, and as a result, it is burdensome to get data to assist. But based on information from the last meeting, the mentorship has made significant improvements in the reporting from the Data Sub-Collection Committee. So that would be something to take into consideration on this as well. And then we also recommend bringing the program under financial aid services so that it would align with other state programs for FAIDS reporting. And I don't know if Robert or any of you have any comments on that. And again, these would support our goals and our charges. The third one, the priority financial aid deadline, and I know that this is on the agenda as well for later, so some of this discussion may cross over, and we can work out the details there. We would propose an assessment of need and the purpose of the priority financial aid deadline. I know it guarantees flexibility for some schools, but it also, at the same time, it hinders some schools. So we would want to look at that assessment. For some institutions, they continue to award until the funding runs out. So we need to consider all of those on a statewide basis so we can maximize the aid potential for our students adhering to the goals of 60 by 30 Texas. We need to think about enrollment patterns. We need to think holistically our high school students, our transfer students, and then encompassing that charge, that interim charge, and considering our adult learners. How is that all timing coming into place, and how are we going to reach those students? We would like to propose a data-informed study on the impact of the priority financial aid deadline. And again, we might get into discussion in this later on the agenda. And the enrollment and application cycles and impact to eligibility criteria to better address this priority financial aid deadline. The last one that we have for a priority recommendation is increasing the Texas grant from the $5,000, but from our discussion just earlier about removing proration, this might play in a little there. Thinking about equity and inclusion, we would like to propose this to allow the recommended target award amount to increase from $5,000 per year to an amount equitable for tuition and fees at an institution, depending on which institution that would be. Again, assisting students with need, completion, and success. Other items we discussed within the subcommittee that at the time we did not feel that they were a priority. If any of you do feel that we need to delve deeper into these, a lot of them were, the CAL program was brought up regarding a comment about the delinquent borrower's removal of the transcript really lifted a roadblock for students, so we do appreciate that. Possibly the idea of adding a case issue number for tracking and updates, and this might be something the data subcommittee could look at as well. And then the year-end closeout and system outages occur during peak processing times, minimizing downtime. And I know that's not a legislative, but it was brought to our attention to take a look at. Another thing, thinking down the road, forward thinking about opportunities with federal and state alignments is course program of study. We need to start thinking about that. Do we think about it now, or do we see how that's going to actually play out? And then with our direction of the new leadership at the coordinating board, we want to make sure we stay on pace with their goals and their strategic targets to ensure that we're serving all of our institutions and our students effectively.
The net price calculator, I know that the data collection subcommittee is looking at this, so doing a great job of that and looking at that as well. Another thing we need to consider down the road are promise programs. Is this going to be something that we need to think about as implementation or mandate with so many schools coming up with these promise programs? Work study allocation concerns, schools that don't use all of their allocation, and then thinking about different ways about returning those funds or having the authority to transfer them. Populations not being served. When we looked at all of our priorities, we kept this in the forefront of all of our discussions. Community colleges, four-year institutions, utilizing ability to benefit. That was brought into our discussion. We need to start thinking about that, serving those adult learners to assist with financial aid programs. And we feel that a lot of that's being met with our priorities. When we look at our different alignment ones, we're meeting that, all the different populations. And then there was one, and I'm not familiar with this program, it was brought to us last minute, Grad Texas. And I did a little research, and I'm not familiar with it. If someone does have some guidance on that, we would greatly appreciate that as well. And then just that initiative to encourage more students to complete 2-year and 4-year degrees, and getting more partners involved, and that would involve a lot of outreach on our end. Thank you, Financial Aid Advisory Committee, and I would love your comments, questions, guidance, and we will get moving.
Shannon, can we possibly look at adding maybe to the state and federal alignment now that we have the annual student loan acknowledgement with the Department of Ed coming out, and looking at maybe how it's double work to do the debt letter in the spring semester as well?
Thank you, Kelly. I will add that to the list.
I'm looking, just clarification on the alignment of SAP for Texas grant. Would that mean then that for a student's 3rd and 4th year, they would just need to beat SAP and not the 2.5 and the 24 hours completed? Is that your intent?
We'll get you more detailed information on that, but yes, we will outline that as well. Robert, do you recall in our discussions this? I want to say that is about right online, but I'd have to go back through the notes and confirm that with you, but I sure will.
The only thought that would just significantly change the amount of money that's going to certain students, because, yeah, that would be very different for what 3rd and 4th year students are receiving in Texas grant.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a good consideration, and I don't think we thought about the money portion, but I will take that back to our committee. Thank you.
I have a question, Shannon, on the college work study, mentorship, and the combining the college work study. How does that look for a school that's not doing the mentorship program, but is doing college work study? How would that look for a school like that?
I don't know. I don't know how.
Is your recommendation just the idea that to better clarify for institutions the fact that the mentorship program is a financial aid program?
Yes, it is, because I think that that was the main comment that we got from our committee, but it was, they didn't feel like it was a financial aid function.
Okay.
One of the
things we just recently did is there's a proposed rule out for comment right now that actually takes the rules for the mentorship program and for the work study program and combines them together to better clarify the fact that the programs are the same. There's also things, that have to do with how it's structured in the organization and things like that. But I just wanted to check to make sure that it sounds like what your recommendation is better clarifying that the mentorship is a financial aid program. It's not that you're suggesting that the mentorship program and the work study program simply be merged into one thing.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Can I also add to what you're saying, Charles, is that Financial Aid Services is working with College Readiness and Success, who oversees that particular program. So we work with them with their guidelines, and we're also partnering with them when they're going to do on-site visits. So you'll see that collaboration even more. So I think that may help for the future years.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Appreciate that. Thank you all. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I just want to make sure, and as a reminder, the piece with this committee is to help us know kind of what are the major pieces to keep in mind. And as John Wyatt has described before in the external relations updates, you know, how the agency as a whole is going to approach the legislative cycle is being analyzed with our new leadership, et cetera. But I want to make sure that I'm able to talk about these ideas, you know, because sometimes I'll be in a meeting and I don't even realize that this is an opportunity to mention what you're all interested in, and I want to be versed on those pieces. And so I just want to ask a couple of things to make sure I don't say things wrong if they ever asked me about them. And one was, so a piece that I wanted to check on, number 4 of increasing Texas Grant target awards. I know in the past, we've been hesitant we've recommended to the legislature increased appropriations that would allow for an increased target award. And that appropriation, you know, wasn't taken up by the legislature. We've been hesitant to change the target awards without increased appropriations to support it, because, you know, it gets to the idea of awarding fewer people more money. So I wanted to check as to, and this, you don't have to have an answer right now, but is the committee recommending that even if no more money is put into this program, we'd still like to see a higher target awards? Or is that recommendation really an appropriations recommendation that you're recommending more funding to allow for a higher target award? Because those are two different pieces.
I will get with my committee and provide some clarification on that.
Awesome.
That's a good point. We didn't talk about that at all, so thank you.
Cool. On the CALE program, when you say case issue number should be assigned to all inquiries, that's not related to the transcript hold above. It's just its own, whenever you ask a question about something, so that you guys could refer back to, you know, so that we know this is case number 142233 or something. Okay.
That is correct.
And then the year-end closeout and system outages. The year-end closeout, are you talking about the period that happens during the last days of August and the first days of September?
Yes.
Okay. So I just, for everyone's clarity, want to make sure that everyone knows that that's not the THECB year-end closeout. That's the comptroller shuts down. So that's
Okay,
not us.
Okay. Okay, I'll update that. Okay.
So, because we're struggle with it just as much as you all do.
Okay, that
But that
helps.
is a comptroller function. System outages during peak processing times. Any background that you can provide as to kind of what are the things that you're seeing go down during peak processing times?
I know that last year several of the committee members commented about this time during the year-end closeout, and there were several system outages on I believe it was the Helm or the Move It, and we weren't being allowed to get loans or certify loans.
So it was system outages during that year-end
Yes, and it
closeout,
just
so
really
they're
made
tied
it
together.
really
Okay.
made it so, but I will clarify that
Yeah, so
on that end.
if
Yes.
you would just make sure that they know that We feel your pain.
I will, thank you.
So-
That makes me feel better too.
Okay, I feel like I can talk about these. Thanks.
Great. For next steps, I will update this document and clarify some of the questions that have been raised here and take some of the questions brought to the attention back to our committee. Would you like a report provided prior to the June meeting, or?
It wouldn't hurt to send
Sure.
me an update in case
Sure.
any of these come up as discussions. And it would also be helpful on that idea about how does the new federal debt letter play into
Yes.
the state debt letter? Kind of fleshing out what that means. We've started to look at it internally, and, there's a couple places where, because we looked at, could the federal debt letter just be the state debt letter? But statutorily, there's some differences. One of the biggest differences is that the federal debt letter only goes out to someone borrowing a loan, whereas the state debt letter goes to someone that has borrowed a loan. And so if you have a student who isn't borrowing this year, but borrowed in the previous 2 years, the state debt letter would still make sure that they were aware that they were borrowing, whereas the federal debt letter, it only goes out if they're initiating a loan in the current year. And that's really the thing that prevented us from being able to kind of say, oh, maybe we could make the federal debt letter be the state debt letter. And there was another piece that was different about it. Oh, duh, state loans. So the federal debt letter doesn't have the state loan piece on that puzzle. So it would be very interesting to hear the committee's thoughts on those aspects of what's in the state and what the state debt letter is trying to achieve and how that relates, and your thoughts on whether those things that are trying to be achieved are or aren't important.
We'll add that to the list and get you an updated copy and provide an updated report for the group. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shannon. The next item is the update from task force recommendations feedback by Leanne.
Okay. I did not get the entire report to the coordinating board in time to be included with the electronic handouts that y'all had and what was provided for us this morning. So I have placed a copy of the entire report at your places during the lunch hour, or lunch 30 minutes. So that you would have it. And I'm just going to go over some things that are happening within TASFA that I thought y'all all might be interested in. My first thing on the list is the NASFA Leadership and Legislative Conference that happened in the first part of February. TASFA has made a commitment to always send the president-elect and our Trailblazer Award recipients to that conference because they have they have different tracks that go on at that conference, and one of those is the association leadership pathway. And so we've made a commitment to send our president-elect and our up-and-coming leader in the association to that so that they can become familiar with the ins and outs of leading an association. And at that conference, we had a coalition of TASFA attendees that participated in the Capitol Hill visits, where they go and actually meet with representatives and senators and their aides, usually the aides, to talk to them about important issues in financial aid that TASFA supports. And that's what the second page of this is. It's the one-page piece or document that groups that went to the Hill to talk to those representatives and senators and aides actually handed them to show what we are in support of in consideration of the reauthorization of the Higher Education Act. So I'm giving that to you just so you can see what we provided our congressmen and women. But we did have the coalition. There were 3 groups of TASFA individuals. Group 1, which was 4 individuals, visited with senators and/or aides. Group 2 and Group 3, which was a total of 6 individuals, visited with representatives and/or their aides. And again, they submitted that 1-pager to each of them. Also want to let you know that TASFA Spring Regional Training Workshops are coming up. And this is something that we have done for a while, and we work closely with the Department of Education, with the federal government, and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to provide regional training workshops around the state. And I've listed when these are going to take place this upcoming spring. One nice thing that we also have started doing at these spring regional training workshops is provide an opportunity for participants to get NASFA credentialing. Last year, I believe we did satisfactory academic progress. This year, we're doing professional judgment. So it's a free regional training that your staff members can attend, and they can sit through the training and then take the test to get their NASFA credentialing in professional judgment. So it's quite a nice opportunity, so I hope many of our members take advantage of that. TASFA New Aid Officers Workshop is also coming up, and when I look at all these things that we're doing, it just kind of gives me chill bumps to think, it sounds kind of silly, but to think that we, as I was telling Chad at lunch, that we are a volunteer organization, and we accomplish so much during any given year, and it really makes me very proud to see all the things that we're doing. But anyway, TASFA New Aid Officers Workshop will be held at Grapevine at the Great Wolf Lodge in April. And this is about a 3-day workshop where institutions can send their new aid officers and or seasoned aid officers can go who might want a refresher. But it gives the basics of the financial aid process, programs, et cetera. So it's a very good opportunity. The annual conference will also be coming up in the fall in October, and it's going to be in San Antonio this year at the Wyndham Riverwalk, October 7th through the 9th. And then we will also have our ABCs workshop, which is a pre-conference day and a half workshop it's like a mini new aid officers workshop, so that will be available as well. And then just a reminder to everyone that we, as we're going through nominations for the Financial Aid Advisory Committee, we're also going through nominations for TASFA board positions. And I'm really trying to encourage anyone who's interested in serving on the board or as president-elect to please go out and nominate a colleague, nominate yourself. Those nominations will be accepted through March the 23rd. So it's really important to keep our organization strong, that we do participate in this process and get some candidates out there. And then the last thing I wanted to say, along with all of the ad hoc and standing committees that TASFA has that put on all of these wonderful things that we do on an annual basis. This year we also have 4 task forces that I created to look at 4 special things within TASFA, and I listed what they are. I've tasked one group to come up with a disaster recovery plan for TASFA in the event of something like a coronavirus or something like that might happen. How are we going to continue to do the things that are in our Constitution and bylaws that we are required to do as an organization. To another group is looking at diversity and inclusiveness to make sure that we have our statement for TASFA and then any activities that we might need to do to make sure that we show how important diversity and inclusiveness is to TASFA. I also have another group looking at our membership dues and structure to just because it's probably time to do that, to see if we need to make any changes. We may be fine where we are, but it's always good to look at things. And then also our sponsorship opportunities, just to see if, we need to make any changes with sponsorship. So that's what we're doing in TASFA, and I'd be glad to entertain any questions that you might have.
I'm involved with the task force.
With the task force, well, I asked 4 individuals to lead each of these task force, and then they then looked for people to be on that committee, on that particular force. If there's one that you would like to be included on, they're actually starting to, some of them are already going to be wrapping up and giving a report at our April board meeting, but it's very possible. If you want to be included, please let me know and we'll get you on it. Okay. Absolutely. Anything else? Good. Oh, and I didn't mention about that. We also have worked with Atlee to sponsor some high school counselor workshops around the state. And what we did is all of the institutions that want to participate in that, like, for instance, at University of Texas at Arlington, we just held ours last week, actually. And we had high school counselors that signed up for it from the area come into our campus, and we actually went over FAFSA, TASFA, different things. But there are different ones being held around the state, and I believe we have those listed on our website, but I know they're on the Atlee website, but I believe that may have just gone down because Atlee's kind of dissolving. So if you are interested, and if there are any more that are happening in the state, I can find that out for you and get back to you. But we're dependent on institutions to volunteer to host them.
So those institutions are those institutions of higher education or region
Institutions, yes.
service centers?
Institutions of higher education that choose to, I know, like Texas Tech had one, we had one.
Tarrant County College is hosting one on March 20th and one on the 27th. We've communicated out through our community outreach to all of our high school partners, at least in Tarrant County. I just know we're doing it. I'll make sure.
We did something
We're
similar
using the
for you.
TASFA information. We have the presentation. We're going through TASFA. So I'll confirm that that's all out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Next item is school district recommendations feedback. Dr. Bowen.
Thanks, Robert. Robert asked me just to specifically look at the school district perspective based on the new state mandates, and we heard a little bit about that in the presentations today. So the majority of the work I know in our school district and most that I've talked with, that falls to the counselors when it comes to financial aid and the application process and getting students and parents involved. And so some of the things that were talked about in these subcommittees that are coming up that Ms. Jenks talked about, those were a lot of the things that were brought up specifically related to TASFA and those requirements. So that's very encouraging that there are some plans in place already to address some of those things that we're seeing. They're very encouraged by the 100%, but that's a really, really high mark realistically. Counselors in high school have a lot on their plates, a lot of different mandates for different things that they're taking care of, and that is definitely one. But that's a big one for them, and they take it really seriously. And I was talking with one of our high schools that has about 800 seniors, and so they've done FAFSA nights, parent nights, college fairs. They've partnered with a local college advisor to come help and do those. They meet with seniors one-on-one. They meet with them in English classes because all of them are taking a senior English class. And they are still, right now, she said, probably about 55% that have completed it. And so it's a challenging process. Sometimes they have situations where you have to assume that taxes are done correctly by parents, and so that's not always the case. And I think probably the biggest issue is that we have families that are working multiple jobs. So we have several students that I know at my campus, there's 5 of them living in a 1-bedroom apartment. And so having them come up to do a financial aid meeting or fill out FAFSA, they don't put it as a priority because they're trying to get something to eat for the kids, and kids are taking on a lot of adult roles. So there are definitely challenges, and listening to Don talk earlier, they've got a great program with the Pell Grant, but he said he's struggling getting parents to come to the meeting. So getting 100% is a challenge, and a lot of parents don't want to put things down in writing. They're very fearful to put anything down in writing, no matter what you tell them and talk with them. So just curious about how that will play out, the 100%. We have, as high school campuses, have some CCMR indicators as part of accountability. So if a student takes a dual credit course or an AP course, you get points and accountability for things like that. So they're wondering if this is going to become part of that as well, because that would present some big challenges to get to that number just based on a lot of the populations that we have here in Texas.
I'm sorry, any questions? I was thinking of a question. Do you foresee the waiver form being used often?
I'm not sure. I've kind of took this process that I have a group that I'm working with back in our area, and so we've been, after our first meeting, I talked with them about, hey, just think about things that are coming up and how things can get better, because I feel like this committee is really going to take some of those things to account. So at the end of the year, whenever they have a moment, we're getting together and talking about a list of priorities and things like that. So I couldn't give you an answer on that now, but definitely something I can take to them.
I mean, we're facing a similar challenge at Pasadena ISD back in Houston, and because we just implemented a promise, and one of the requirements is that they have to file the FAFSA or the TASFA. So it's very difficult to get the parents to come and to complete that. So the student's going to end up missing out on the promised scholarship. What I foresee is if the high schools are going to be penalized, that the counselors are going to start pushing the waiver, so that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and with these things that are in place already, and they've been in place for a while, still getting to 50, 60% at this point, they're going to have many that will say, hey, we've got the waiver so we can meet compliance.
I think this isn't really a question, it's just a comment that one of the things that we are wondering is if that waiver opt-out form or whatever it is that they're providing, if that is really truly going to still count. Because if it does, we will definitely get 100%, because that will be something that is filled out for every single student that does not complete the FAFSA. But is the waiver itself going to be considered non-compliance in FAFSA? And that's one of the questions that has rolled around as we've discussed this within our region area. And so we don't know if that's something we'll still be penalized for, even though for a lot of students, like I mentioned before, we have some that they have no desire or need to go on to post-secondary education because they're completing a workforce ready certification that puts them in the job that they want and right out of high school, and they don't need to complete the FAFSA. So.
Questions? Okay. Not. Next item is interaction of priorities impacting state financial aid. Dr. Quintero-Bowles.
So we received this past year questions from a number of institutions as to how all the different priorities impact each other. Most specifically in relation to the Texas Grant Program, because it has the most priorities involved, but the concept applies to varying degrees for TEOG and TEG as well. And, you know, with Texas Grant, you have your priority to continuing students, your priority to students below a certain EFC, your priority to students who demonstrate certain academic achievements, and priority to students based on the FAFSA filing date. And the reason likely that this question came up more this year than it has in the past is that we clarified our guidance of the fact that the EFC is a priority, it's not a cutoff. In the past, we had presented it as a cutoff, but statutorily, it is only a priority. And when we made that change to better align our guidance with the statute, I think is what caused some institutions to ask us, okay, well, what does this mean? You've got 4 different priorities coming together. And so we sat down with our general counsel and talked with them about these 4 priorities, talked with them about my general understanding of how the priorities seemed to be interacting based on discussions with folks in meetings like this and PUPSI groups and things like that. And I wanted to convey to you the concept that we have of how these relate to each other, to kind of get an understanding of, does our idea of how they relate align with how you all are doing things on a day-to-day basis, to figure out whether we've got any gaps we need to close, or whether we kind of have found a way that we're in agreement. So the idea is, as we talked about it, because, statute wasn't 100% clear on these things, and so trying to make sure we kind of understood what way to go. But we looked at continuing students as somewhat analogous to a pre-qualified status. So the idea that having already been selected for a Texas grant, their eligibility for the grant continues if they continue to meet the eligibility criteria. And the other priority indicators, those are not eligibility criteria, they're priority criteria. And so this idea that kind of if you're pre-qualified because you got your initial grant, then in the future years, things like the priority model, the priority deadline, the priority EFC don't have that impact on recipients going into the second year because they aren't eligibility criteria. You would just be looking at eligibility criteria with that group. And when I say eligibility criteria, I'm talking about things like SAP, or you would not be a Texas resident anymore, but those kind of pieces. So kind of putting that as your continuing students are their own group. And then with your initial year students, we looked at the way the legislature has put these different priorities in place. The legislature established very specific priorities for the Texas Grant Program. So in the Texas Grant section of the statute, they lay out the priority EFC and the priority academic model. And thus our view is that those priorities, the EFC and the academic model, take precedent. On the other hand, the priority deadline, which applies across all state financial assistance, that is utilized as a mechanism to prioritize similarly situated students. So this idea that, if you had two students who both students met the priority EFC and they met the priority model, then the priority deadline comes into play. If one had met it and one hadn't, you would go to the one who had met the priority deadline. Whereas a situation that was proposed to us, this idea that, you have a student who met the priority EFC and the priority model, but they didn't meet the priority deadline, whereas you have another student who met the priority deadline but didn't meet these other two models. Does priority deadline come first, and so you do this student that met the deadline even though they didn't meet these other features, or does the EFC and the priority model, academic model, come first? Our interpretation is that the priority EFC and the priority model, the academic model, those are what takes precedent, because those are written directly into the Texas grant. And so you would be looking more to focus, it would be valid for an institution to give priority to someone who met the EFC, who met the priority academic model, but didn't meet the deadline, over someone who met the deadline but didn't meet the EFC or the academic model. Now, admittedly, there's all these different combinations that can come into play, and so there's a certain level to which institutions need to make decisions on all the little ramifications if you're getting that far. There may be some institutions that, by the time you go through and have kind of hit the first 2 or 3 of the different ways it could happen, you've spent all your money. Other institutions might be going deeper. And so the institutions would, in making your decisions, want to acknowledge the legislature's statutory indication that the priorities specific to the Texas grant model would take priority over the priority deadline. Does that make sense? And so that's our idea. So in a nutshell, continuing students, you can award them. You make the decisions as to awarding them the deadline, the EFC, the priority academic model don't come into play with your continuing students. Things like financial need, SAP, those pieces come into play, but not those others. With your initial year students, the priority EFC and the priority academic model, those are what take precedent over the priority deadline if you have students that are in dissimilar situations. Whereas if you have students that are in the same situation, they kind of have the same EFC and they are meeting all the academic priorities, well, then you would use the deadline as a determiner. For those of you at 4-year institutions, does that generally align with how you are approaching the awarding? And I say that from a very broad sense. I mean, there may be little, minuscule decisions that you make, but if that was how we interpreted this legislation, would that cause a significant change to what you're having to do on your campuses?
I think the issue really is it depends on the institution, and kind of the population they're serving, the amount of money they have. And I mean, so it plays out differently. So under that direction, I think it would change, at least for my institution, the way we're doing it. I don't think it would change the end result in any way, given our situation of dollars we have, and we're able to go well beyond the deadline, I guess is what I would say, and well beyond students who are in the priority model. But again, another institution where they're not even able to fund priority model academic EFC students. I mean, it's different. So, but clarity on what you've just said, I think, would be helpful in the sense of what takes precedent over the other. I mean, I think that's helpful. What you've said is helpful.
And that's
hard to speak to what that means for every one of the institutions who have Texas Grant, I think. But that's the case now. It plays differently at every institution.
And that our goal is to try to, we're not looking, it's not our intent to try to upend the cart on this. We're not trying to introduce something. And some of the things when we initially read it, we're like, oh, I don't know about that. Would that cause this or that cause that to occur? But we want to at least provide guidance for institutions that are asking, hey, how do we put these 4 priorities into place? Like with TEOG, you don't have the priority deadline because it's not a mandate to be applied, and you don't have the priority academic model. You've got more the continuing and the EFC. For TEOG, this is kind of saying, yes, for your continuing students, you can do what you need to do to award them. For your incoming students, you really need to be looking at the EFC in making your decisions. So it's a little more straightforward, but still, provides you with that clarity of, because the question came in, for a continuing student, are we looking at EFC and ranking based on that, or are we allowed to look at our continuing students and then, look to our initial and decide there? So it would provide that clarity for the TEOG that kind of, we want to be able to say, yes, we realize continuing students are different than initial year students, and you can treat them as a pre-qualified group. So hopefully that at least provides some. So TEG is, you don't have continuing and initial year, so that's a whole different ball of wax. Okay, then we will likely take what I've described and build that into the guidelines that we issue so that we're able to provide that clarity to the questions that individuals have asked. So. Cool. So I didn't screw you guys up?
No.
Okay.
I just read it.
In terms of the priority deadline, we had the discussion in November, and there's the stuff in the recommendations from the legislative subcommittee. I think one piece that would be very helpful for us, and I'm trying to find in the legislative issues subcommittee, you mentioned the idea of proposing a data-informed study on the impact of priority financial aid deadline. It would be very helpful to provide a level of detail of what would you be looking for from that study? What are the things that you think are most important to be included in an analysis? Because I wouldn't want us to do a data-informed study and then have you guys, well, not that data. We wanted you to look at this data. So it's providing us some guidance. I wanted to show you that we had started to pull some stuff together to look at the FAFSA filing dates and how they're impacting different groups. And one of the things that we're working on right now, we were able to pull for this meeting information about aid recipients, grant recipients. We weren't able yet to pull data on just individuals who would be eligible for the 3 major grant programs, and that's because we don't get certain information from TEA about pieces that would allow us to determine if high school students moving on to college would be eligible. We don't get that data until this month from last year. So we'll be able to do some more reports for June that look at some of these same things, but look at all the eligible population as opposed to just the recipients. And actually, if you look first at page 81, the third of the slides, I think it's very interesting. To me, it pulls out some interesting pieces when you kind of put it into the graphic form of, the significant difference in the timing of Texas grant population versus TEOG versus TEG. Your Texas population, you've got 45% of the recipients filed it in October. Whereas, with your TEOG, just over 15%. And then it's pretty level, throughout the year, you're seeing that. So that really emphasizes that piece that came up in the discussion about how different the financial aid cycles are for Texas grant 4-year publics versus TEOG. And then I would say that the privates are kind of in the middle there. They're not all the way over in the Texas grant, but they are, they do still have, I would have thought the TEG number was going to be higher in October. I was just thinking that the privates, that kind of population, and that's just purely based on my experience. But I also acknowledge that the 3 privates I worked at before here are not representative of the privates across the country, because I worked at Dartmouth, Boston College, and University of Rochester, so all were, top 40 national institutions, and that's not the overall private sector as a whole. But so there is a very different pattern of filing in terms of recipients. If you look at page 80, I'm kind of going backwards, it looks at the filing when it comes to Pell eligible versus non-Pell eligible students to kind of see, where they're doing those pieces. And those are a little more aligned. There's not a lot of difference between the 2 groups. I don't know whether any of these differences would be statistically different in the months. Although, again, looking at the TEOG population, the above the Pell eligible EFC, they're filling out FAFSAs on a very different schedule than your Pell eligible EFC students are. And then on page 79, I thought this was very telling when we looked at ethnicity and looking at, and I wouldn't have expected this, that the Asian and the Hispanic populations have such a higher rate of filing in October. So 40% of recipients, either Texas Grant, TEOG, or TEG, 40% of Hispanic recipients filed in October, compared to around just over 25%. Asian recipients were all the way up at 50%. And so, then as you move on, you get much closer. But I thought it was very interesting that the Hispanic population, something's going on in terms of information dissemination about the earlier application for the FAFSA, and that isn't being replicated in the Black population that had. Actually, interesting, the white population was the lowest, but just barely below the Black population. But so the information dissemination about filing early with the FAFSA is definitely hitting different populations in different ways. Do I have any idea why? No, none whatsoever. But just starting to pull out this data to look at it different ways, I think these types of things and hearing from the Legislative Issues Subcommittee, would help us really figure out what are the things to look at that might help us understand what's the impact of setting a deadline at a different place. And so, looking at these charts, a deadline in January impacts the Black population very differently than a deadline in January impacts the Hispanic population. And so really trying to look at that. So I wasn't planning on leading us through more discussion on that topic today, both due to the hour, since this is one of our longer meetings, as well as knowing that the Legislative Issue Subcommittee would like us to delve deeper into that. And so as we get guidance from you all as to where you want us to focus, we can start putting together information to really help inform that discussion on this. Any questions about that? I forgot to ask if you had questions. You're just too tired to ask me questions at this point. So now I've got the FAC nomination process. This is just to let you know about the FAC nomination process. You know, we were getting ready to do the cycle that we've typically done, which is where we launched the process in early April. I mentioned last year, you know, that we have been, you know, we continue to get a nice representative group of nominations from across the regions, across the different sectors. I would say geographically, the places where we don't get as much representation are simply the regions that don't have as many colleges in them. It's not an unusual piece. But as I thought about this, I wanted to ask you all a question. Several years back, we talked about the challenge of trying to collect nominations during the summer. And so we pushed the nomination opening of the nomination period earlier into early April so that nominations could occur during those last months of the academic year, whether at the K through 12 or at the institution of higher education. When you combine that challenge along with the timing of when our board meetings are, as well as the historical approach of member terms starting in December, the nomination process starts in early April, and people who are selected don't actually start until December. So we've got like a 9-month lag between the nomination and the selection. And we've recently made some changes in the structure of our board meetings. We used to have our CAP meeting, which is where we take everything about FAC. They would happen the month before the board meeting. Now the CAP meetings are happening the day before the board meeting. And so that actually gives us a little extra time to get stuff done before those. And it got me wondering about whether or not we want to try to shorten the nomination process and have the term of office start in September instead of December, such that, you know, the nominations would be happening in April for you to start at the beginning of the school year, as opposed to the nominations happening in April and not happening until December. And then it also would allow us to elect the vice chair in the September meeting, since you'd have the new group, rather than right now we go for 3 months without a vice chair because the vice chair moves up to chair in September, but we can't elect the vice chair until December. So that way we could have the election in September. It might be one of those things that it's like, yeah, who cares, Chad, don't worry about it. But I thought I'd ask you whether you thought we should shorten the time period between the nomination and December. I can't shorten it by moving the nomination later, because then I'll plan it right in the middle of summer, and we're back at the problem that we had before. Thoughts, opinions?
I like it. It aligns and it's consistent with everything else that we do. The alignment.
I like it. Would that make my last meeting June, though?
Yeah. Although I want to emphasize that please keep in mind, for those of you who are rolling off, that your institution can nominate you for another term. So some of you may be like, I've had enough. Other of you have been here for 2 meetings and might think, yeah, I could do another 3 years of this. So please be aware that you are allowed to be renominated by your organization. So it sounds like you like the idea of the September alignment, of aligning with the academic year, the start of the academic year. I seem to get nods at the idea of being able to elect a vice chair at the same time in September. Okay, then.
So, I mean, that would mean the whole, from April when nominations come in to determining who the new group, I mean, the new group would need to be determined.
Right, so what this would be is that the new member nominations, going through the timeline, it'd still be in early April, still be a new member nominations deadline of late May. We would just speed up our process internally and would spend June working to finalize the slate of nominees. So kind of both the July and the August items right now would both occur in June. And then we would present the nominees at the June meeting. And I might need to make the deadline more mid-May if I'm going to present it at the June meeting. And then we'd be able to take it to the July. So it might even be that we launch the nominations late March, have the deadline early May, so that way I can use May to finalize a slate, present that slate the first week of June, present the slate in July for the members to start in September.
Right, so I'm just thinking a new member coming on, they would know like mid-July that they're going to start in September and be
Right.
able to make plans according, I mean.
Yeah, they would actually, what we typically do is once we pick the slate, before I present the slate to the FAC, I reach out to the selected slate to verify their interests and let them know that they've been selected for the slate. Are they still interested? There's a process of approval, but please plan on a September, so they would know in May so that they could start planning for September.
That was the only thing I was thinking of, just
Yep.
the timing for a new person to be able to plan for
Yep.
a September meeting versus a December meeting.
Yep, they would know by the end of May about the September meeting.
So how would that affect the TASFA representative on the FAAC? Because the new president, who's usually the new person to represent TASFA, is not the president until November the 1st. I mean, does it matter? I mean, 'cause
Well, let
the
me think
president will-
about that, yeah. So TASFA president starts November 1st. One of the things, I think this brings up a piece that it kind of will give me a kick to really figure it out, is the TASFA representative is kind of a designated rep for TASFA to just tell us who it's going to be, as opposed to a nominee that's selected. TASFA might make a decision, at some point they might decide, we're going to have the vice president do it instead of the president do it, or something like that. But that would be your decision, because our rule just says it's a TASFA representative. It doesn't say
Correct.
the TASFA president. So you guys get to make that decision. And so I'll actually kind of run it up the chain here as to whether that nomination has to follow the same cycle.
That would be my question.
Or whether the TASFA nomination can just follow whatever cycle TASFA would like to nominate.
Because we can figure that
person.
part out. I just didn't know if
Yeah.
you would dictate that.
Let me figure that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that one would, that would align that. So, okay.
I'm thinking
Yep.
like, for the K through 12 or the high schools and other, I mean, does that timeline, it doesn't funk things up for you really in any way either, so.
Where should I put that? And I think it's me again, and I think my next presentation is sitting on the printer upstairs. So let me pull it up. Oh no, I've got it. Yeah, I didn't have a handout. It was just my script to read it. I miss the days of having a printer next to my desk. Here we go. Okay. So here's what I wanted to mention to you all in terms of an SFAP update. And I'm vamping right now while Word opens. Some of the recent updates, just to make sure people were aware, we recently provided the institutional calendar for spring 2020. We also put out the, I love this word, I'm going to say it wrong, consanguinity. God, you'd think I'm learning a foreign language. The consanguinity or affinity scholarship statement. So there's the statement that you have to collect to say that no one receiving a scholarship is related to within the second degree of consanguinity or something. You can't be related to one of our board members to get a scholarship. And then we also put out guidelines for 6 of our exemptions. Some of the things that are going to occur before the next FAC, TASFA regional meetings, we'll be participating in those. Next week, we have our monthly financial aid services webcast on March 10th, so tune in to that. Keep in mind some deadlines. Ideally, you don't need to be told this deadline because you already all did it, but be aware that the opt-in, opt-out requirements for the Texas College Work Study, mentorship, educational aid, and TEG were due on February 28th if you plan on participating, and I'm getting a thumbs up that it sounds like we got what we needed to get. And then for the Good Neighbor exemption program, your submissions for that program, that deadline is March 15th. That's one I've been learning all about the past few weeks, so I'm becoming knowledgeable about that one thanks to my staff. And then some announcements. Are these announcements that recently went out? It says announcements, state grant award amounts. Yes, they recently went out. So the state grant award amounts went out since the last meeting. They're kind of old news. They were the end of January. We also put out information on the website about the FAD Cycle 1 has opened up. That opened up on February 1st. We already talked about some of the enhancements that happened with the grant payment program. Some of the other things you've heard us talk about but have actually gone into place. That loan origination automation project that we had talked about went in December 17th, so since our last meeting, and this was the idea that basically over 80% of our loan originations now, when they come in from the student, they go out to the institution to be able to be certified within minutes of coming through instead of us manually going through them. So hopefully you all are seeing those things faster. So if you have students saying, I just submitted it, you're able to see those things and be like, yep, I have it here and I can certify it. So you're probably actually be like, oh, do you have to be so fast, Chad? So, because now you have this stuff. But hopefully that's working for you all. And we've also started to do some stuff kind of in the realm of kind of courtesy grace efforts while students are entering into their grace periods, making outreach to help ensure that they understand that they've entered their grace period and give them some extra reminders. And if they do go into delinquency, try to give them some extra reminders about that. We're targeting a select population of students to kind of test it out, but hopefully that'll help students with their Cal loans. So those are some of the things we've been working on. Quite frankly, internally, we have a list. I think our list is up to 90 different projects that we think would help improve the customer satisfaction, and we can't do 90 projects simultaneously, and so we're having to have some long, hard discussions as to what are the biggest priorities for us to pursue on that, and so we will be looking at those things. I think that's it for me.
Okay, so the next.
One question, if I could.
Yeah.
The opt-in process. I got a reminder on like the last day that I had not submitted mine, which was a beautiful thing because that was the first I had heard of it. I don't know if a letter got mailed earlier in the month or what communication may have happened, but I had not seen it. And so I perished the thought that I may have been out of the office on that last day because it would have come and gone and I would have had no idea. I'm curious why it's an opt-in instead of an opt-out.
We're actually required by the statutory and regulatory guidelines
Expected, but wanted to
to
ask.
determine who wants to participate in the program. And so we have to find out who wants to be part of the program. And so that's the process by which we determine who has elected to be part of the program, as opposed to who has elected to be not part of the program. So,
Okay, so by statute, you have to know who is interested in being in the program, and it's interpreted that that needs to be an opt-in.
in order, it actually ties to the allocations, because if, say someone didn't respond, if we did opt out and they didn't respond, all the other institutions will receive less funding.
True.
Because we will have to allocate to that person, because we'll have to assume that they are part of this program.
Right.
And so the opt-in, opt-out, actively telling us something, because it's not a, they get on the phone and make sure that if we don't have it by that we get it from every single. So kind of in the FAFSA world, we get 100% participation. We make sure that everyone tells us what they're doing.
Okay.
And so we need to have that information in the process.
Okay.
So,
A curiosity question. How often does a school opt out?
we have 2 institutions that have consistently opted out of the program, from the TEG program in particular. In the work study program, we have dozens of institutions who may choose in or out. And this coming year, we're looking at, was it 4 cycles ago, 4 years ago, 2 years ago? I can't remember, but like when the new requirement for the 20% off-campus requirement, we saw a drop in participation because institutions felt for the amount of money they were getting, they couldn't commit their resources to ensure. And now that that's going away, will we see that go back up again? And so it's not, we're not seeing hundreds of people make the decision either way. But yes, we do consistently have some organizations that decide not to participate in the program.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
And let me just add to that. Specific notifications will go to what we consider a financial aid directory listing. So we can definitely check to see whether or not you were included as far as the email address and that specific listing when it went out. So it actually went out, I want to say maybe back in January sometime, later in January, announcing it and then having that turnaround with the deadline date of February 28th. So especially if there's any kind of changes, because not everyone may be listed in every topic listing that we have. So it's worthwhile to definitely see, am I included in that? Because some things may or may not have gone to anyone directly. So we want to check that. We're also looking at making certain that we have the right individuals in those right listings so it can get to the right folks. So it does help to know if anyone didn't get something that they felt that they should, we want to make sure that do we have them in that listing to begin with in order for them to receive that notification. And then we always post any and everything that we send out through our notification systems online, through our memos, just in case. So it's also another area to check as well. But I'll definitely want to speak with you afterwards so I can make sure that we had your email address at the time.
And a piece we can also look at is, it sounds like it might be a good idea for us to do an earlier reminder on that. I don't know if we did do an earlier reminder, but maybe something like 1 week out instead of, because you said you got it on the last day?
Late morning, last day.
Yeah, so maybe we can look at.
Can't tell you how grateful I was for it. Off the scale, very
Yeah.
grateful.
So, but yeah, we can definitely look at putting out reminders or things like that so that if
Yeah.
things.
And there is a distinct possibility that my name just simply wasn't on the list. We've run into something else recently that went to my boss, who used to be in my role, and
Oh,
I
okay.
had not seen it. And we connected with the state to try to get that turned around a little bit. So it might be resolved by now, but it'd be great if we could take a look.
Yeah,
That'd be
definitely.
terrific.
Thank you.
So the next item is topics for future meetings. I know the last meeting, the presentations were brought up during this topic. I don't know if there's anything that we want to consider for the next meeting. Tired. All right, so if not, I guess.
Well, please don't hesitate to email Robert or I if you have ideas as we work to try to put together agendas that are relevant for you all and useful. So,
I think I might add one thing, and I don't know if this is a good topic for discussion or not, but we talked earlier about financial literacy and struggling with the new graduation requirement for FAFSA. We've been working on financial literacy for parents and students at the high school level. I don't know if there are better ways that we could do that now that FAFSA is a graduation component requirement for students, but where we could expand that better as ISDs.
and that's with the FAFSA requirement, it might be a good time for us to revisit the work. We've had presentations in the past on financial literacy, but I think it might be a good one to circle back. College Readiness and Success, Claudette Jenks and that area, they really lead the charge on financial literacy for the agency. And so I can definitely get with them and ask if they could put something together about how are they seeing these two things coming together and the impact of the HB3 requirement on financial literacy and how they can play. So I can definitely look to them. Keep them on their toes. So, and as we have mentioned before, we will continue to have HB3, HB 2140 updates every meeting until such time that you all tell me to stop putting them on there. So.
Okay. All right. Well, the last item is adjournment. May I have a motion? Oh, announcement turning the form. I have to mail you mine.
Yeah, and if you're on the phone, please be sure that you also turn in your form, because even though you didn't maybe spend money to come here, it does have a section on the time you committed to this committee, and so please be sure that you send that to her. And I've asked Michelle to be a little more hardcore in following up with all of you to make sure we get them quickly.
Okay, may I entertain a motion to adjourn? Can move, second? Second, Thomas. All right, so move in second. Any discussion? None? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those say nay. All those against say nay. Okay. All right, the ayes have it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Do you want me to send those off?
Sure, yeah, because...
Because I'll bundle it with
Yeah,
these,
thank you, appreciate that.
and get those sent off.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was going to ask you for their mailing address. I don't have it.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Working on finalizing
Now I have class.
we still don't have a two-person rep.
oh,
We didn't get any nominations. And when I sent a message out to the committee, I haven't heard back from anybody.